The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:33 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person or join via Zoom webinar. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. We will now proceed with the roll call. President Martinez Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton. Trustee Meyer.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here.
Trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman.
Here. At this time, I would like to invite Trustee Perez to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure thing. Thank you, Chair. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to welcome Juan Falcone and ask him to please stand as we do the oath of office. And Juan, if you will repeat after me. I, state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations are to our new student trustee. And at this time, we'll take a brief recess, do some pictures.
Yeah.
There we go. Item 3.01, pursuant to Board Policy 2210, officers of the board will now implement its official system of rotating officers. At this time, the next in rotation for chair is Vice Chair Oden. Trustee Oden, do you accept this rotation, subject to confirmation by the majority of the board?
Mr. Chair. I've given this a great deal of thought, consideration, and prayer. This past year has been very difficult for me, with a lot of personal issues and acting as executor for my best friend's estate. And honestly, I was thinking, do I have any more to give? I was prepared to decline. But I have decided that I will accept.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve Trustee Oden's rotation of chair under Board Policy 2210?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion? The board will now vote to confirm the office of chair, and I'll ask for a roll call vote. President Martinez Garcia.
Student trustee Falcon,
Approve.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Pettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
motion carried.
Before moving on with the agenda, on behalf of the trustees and the district, I welcome Trustee Oden to the chair, and I think you and I can change places now.
Um,
It's nice.
I shouldn't have packed so many bags.
I gotta come back to it.
You got your candy cane, Joe.
Your candy cane.
For Mary Jane.
Thank you.
Chair Oden, if it's okay, if I could make a comment or two before we proceed.
Please.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize outgoing Chair Kinnaman for his commitment and dedication to our district. Chair Kinnaman has served this last year with great enthusiasm, and we are so appreciative for all that he's done for the district. And personally, for me, as a new CEO, it's been awesome to be able to have a chair that's had CEO experience. I've relied on Chair Kinnaman many times to help me understand the inner workings of the college from a different perspective. I've asked him to remove his chairman hat and just sit with me as a CEO to CEO. Those times have been invaluable to me personally and have helped me in so many ways. So it is with deep appreciation that the district would like to present to you a plaque for having have served as chair this past year. So thank you very much.
That one's nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, is it engraved in gold?
That was nicer than mine was a few years ago.
Nice.
Another chance.
Stepping it up.
We don't have to.
Very good.
I would also like to express my appreciation to Joe for job well done and working together in the agenda review. I learned a great deal. Hopefully, I'll do a decent job. So thank you for your leadership. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair, Trustee Perez, as the next member in rotation for Vice Chair, do you accept this rotation subject to confirmation by the majority vote of the board?
I accept, Mr. Chair.
Do I have a motion to approve Trustee Perez's rotation to Vice Chair?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The board will now vote to confirm the office of Vice Chair. Roll call, President.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Congratulations, Trustee Perez. It is a pleasure to see you and in this position.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Clerk. Trustee Meyer, as the next member in rotation for clerk, do you accept this rotation subject to the confirmation of the majority of the board?
Yes, I do.
Do I have a motion to approve Trustee Meyer's rotation to clerk?
So move.
Been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
And seconded. Roll call, please, President.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, Trustee Meyer.
You get to sign everything now.
Secretary, 3.04. We will now move to confirm non-officer appointments as outlined by Board Policy 2210. Per the board policy, the superintendent president shall act as secretary of the board. Therefore, no motion is needed to confirm this office, and President Superintendent Martinez Garcia will continue as secretary. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, I believe that was called voluntold. So
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
And 3.05 liaison, Auxiliary College of the Desert Foundation. Per board policy, the past board chair will represent the board of trustees on the foundation board of directors. Trustee Kinnaman, do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
Are there any objections to appointing Trustee Kinnaman to represent the board of trustees to the foundation on the board of directors? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve Trustee Kinnaman?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? The board will now vote to confirm the appointment. Roll call, Ms.
Chairman, I wanted to say a discussion.
Yeah.
It's been an honor to serve on the board foundation. We've accomplished so much. It was the first time in 9 years that I've been on the foundation board. And I want to thank my board of trustees for allowing me to serve on the foundation, so critical. And I know we're going to be in great hands with Dr. Kinnaman. Thank you.
And thank you for your service. President Martinez Garcia.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, Trustee Kinnaman. Liaison 3.06. In alignment with Board Policy 2210, the past board chair will represent the Board of Trustees on the McCallum Theater Committee. Trustee Kinnaman, do you accept this nomination?
I am reviewing this, and I know in our board policy that we have two committees now, one being on the foundation board of directors, and then subsequently the theater committee. So I would like to, am I able to nominate anybody or just decline?
Just-
I'll
just
decline.
decline at this point.
I'll decline at this point.
Okay. All right, then the floor is open for nominations.
I'd like to nominate trustee Sanchez Fulton to be our representative on the McCallum Theater Committee.
I will second that.
Great.
Any discussion? Okay, then roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Wasn't I supposed to accept it?
oh yeah.
Did you not?
At this point, I'd like to decline, and I want to thank Dr. Kinnaman. Um, so, Thank you.
Carlos, can you help us do that then?
Sure, I couldn't turn my mic on fast enough. I apologize. Yeah, so you're in the middle of a vote, but it sounds like this would be now out of order. So I would just confirm with the board that they understand that the motion or the nomination has been declined and that you will now open the nomination again.
Liaison, representative to the McCallum Theater.
How many committees do they have?
I have served on that committee and it's extremely important. And I'm glad now that we made sure that we have vice presidents and or the president assigned to that committee because it was cumbersome early on as a board person and unable to directly hear, and it just created a layer of communication that was unnecessary. So the floor is open if we have a recommendation or volunteer.
Mark? Either one.
Dr. Kinnaman?
Okay.
Dr. Kinnaman?
Okay, we'll go back to where we were, I guess.
Deja vu. Okay, the floor is open. And it initially it was the recommendation for you, Dr. Kinnaman. What do you say?
Yes, I would accept that role.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we confirm that?
You need a first and second.
Approve, I move.
Second.
The board will now vote to confirm the appointment.
I'm sorry, student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, trustee Kinnaman. 3.07, County Committee per Board Policy 2210, the member following the clerk in rotation shall serve as county liaison. Trustee Sanchez Fulton is next in the rotation following the clerk. Therefore, Trustee Sanchez Fulton will be the liaison to the county committee, and no motion is needed to confirm. Congratulations.
I accept.
Okay. Three point oh eight. McCallum Board of Trustees and McCallum Finance and Executive Committee. We will now move to confirm non-officer appointments not outlined in Board Policy 2210 at this time. And I will accept a nomination to confirm an appointment. That's an additional one for the McCallum.
I nominate trustee Meyer for the
I accept.
Finance and Executive.
And he will accept.
And second, or do we need a second? Yes, second.
He accepts.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. And he has accepted. So the board will now vote to confirm the appointment. Mr. President?
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, trustee Meyer. 3.09 Liaison, Alumni Association Board of Directors. At this time, I will accept nominations to confirm this appointment.
I would nominate trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Do you accept, trustee Sanchez?
At this time, I graciously declined, but I just for the record would love to be back on the bond committee. So that's why I'm holding out. I'm being honest.
I would think you could be on
Okay.
multiples.
I can't. I don't think I could. Is that allowed?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So you're not, you are.
Okay,
You are? You're
yeah,
good?
to help out, yes.
So you accept?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
And you do accept? Okay, then the board will now vote to confirm.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, trustee Fulton. 3.10 Liaison Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. At this time, I will accept nominations to confirm the appointment.
I'd like to nominate trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Sanchez. Trustee Sanchez Fulton, do you accept the nomination? Okay. Okay.
It's so critical. And I want to appreciate my board and thank you. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, trustee Sanchez Fulton. Parliamentarian, Dean Maldonado, are you willing to continue?
Oh, vote.
You have to vote.
You didn't do the vote?
Ron, we have to vote.
Fine, sorry. Okay, board will now vote to confirm the appointment.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, trustee Sanchez Fulton. And thank you for your continued service. Parliamentarian, Dean Maldonado, are you willing to continue serving as the board's parliamentarian?
Yes.
Are there any objections to appointing Dean Carlos A. Maldonado as parliamentarian? Hearing none, Dean Maldonado will continue to serve as parliamentarian. Thank you. We move on to the board agenda. Pursuant to Government Code 54954.2, subdivision B2, the board will take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present that are in need to take immediate action, that the need for the action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Confirmation of the agenda, 4.02. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for December 19th, 2025? Seeing none, the agenda stands as presented. Public comments, 5.01. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular board agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by mail, to opt at collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using The raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to the District Administration Procedures 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be allowed maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 2101 of today's agenda. Do we have any public comments?
We have none in the Zoom or in person here in the boardroom, but we did receive 2 emailed public comments from faculty members Giuseppe Vizzoli and Adam Gill, and those are posted on the agenda.
Thank you. All right, we move on in our agenda to item 6, public updates. President Martina Garcia, please help us to introduce this item.
Happily. Yeah, I'd like to call on Vice President of Human Resources and Employment Relations, Wilson, to introduce our new employees.
Good morning, everyone. Our new employee, if you are present here today, please stand so we can recognize you. Our new appointments for November 2025 for classified, Elizabeth Barajas Alonso, Laboratory Specialist for Science. Karina De La Rosa, Benefits Generalist. Luz Gomez, Testing Services Technician. Jasmine Rosario, Laboratory Specialist. And for the faculty appointments, Marina Church, English as a Second Language Non-Credit Instructor, temporary full-time. Lisa Davenport, English as a Second Language Non-Credit Instructor, temporary full-time. And Diana Simmons, Nursing Instructor, temporary full-time. Welcome to the team.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson, and congratulations to our newest employee appointments, and welcome. Item number 7 on our agenda, 7.01, approval of November 14th, 2025 regular board minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular board minutes of November 14th, 2025? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded. Roll call, Mr. President.
Student Trustee Falcon. Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
At this time, we'll go into board reports. The board policy 2311, all reports shall be limited to 5 minutes each. Associated Students of College of the Desert, Ascot. Juan Falcon, Ascot President, Independent Senator Kelly Dominguez will present the report on Juan Falcon's behalf. No report submitted in advance.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Trustees, President Martinez Garcia, Executive Cabinet, faculty, staff, and members of the public. My name is Kelly Dominguez, an independent senator for Ascot, and today I will be reporting on behalf of the Student Senate President. I would like to share a few updates on what the Student Senate has been working on. We recently hosted our first Student Leader Workshop, Return of the Jedi, an initiative we brought back from a conference we attended hosted by the California Community College Student Affairs Association. The workshop was a Star Wars themed leadership training session. and it was interactive, engaging, and very well received. The event was a remarkable success, and we are excited to expand this opportunity to even more students in the future. As we schedule future workshops, we will share those dates with the board, and we would love to invite you to attend. Our team also returned from the SSCCC Advocacy Academy. The COD delegation comprised of 10 members, including 1 club representative. It was amazing to see other student leaders rise to the occasion, engage fully, and demonstrate remarkable growth in such a short period of time. The Student Center remains committed to creating more leadership opportunities and identifying future ASCOT leaders, while continuing to learn and give back to our community. I will also like to take this opportunity to thank the Office of Student Life for all the work that went into making this experience possible. Our advisor, Dean Carlos Maldonado, for supporting us throughout the 3 days, and all the Student Senate members and club representatives who attended and represented College of the Desert with incredible leadership, professionalism, networking, and advocacy. We are excited to implement what we've learned. Additionally, we supported the Guided Pathways Pillar 3 event, De-Stress, Brew Away the Finals, which took place in the Beeps Cafe Dining Hall on December 10th. We had Jimmy John's, pastries, tea, coffee, and games for students to interact with because students are stressed, preparing for finals, and deeply appreciate any support during this time. Thank you to all the Pillar 3 members who came out to support, and to the Office of Student Life, especially Ana Trujillo Soto, as well as the student workers who helped directly and indirectly. We also participated in the Edge Pledge tour yesterday, which hosted more than 100 elementary school children. We had 9 student center members assisting with this tour, some serving as leaders and others shadowing to learn more about the tours so they can continue supporting the great program moving forward. A special thank you to Acting Dean Katie Chartier and her team for her support in allowing us to be part of this opportunity. I also want to thank the foundation for everything they do for the College of the Desert students. It truly cannot be said enough. You change lives. And while our time here is as students may be brief, the impact you create is lifelong. One of our own offsite Senator Jonathan Garcia, also known as Limon, attended a recent President's Circle event with the foundation and shared his story and journey. It was powerful to hear feedback from the board members about the impact of his words, and it is truly a pleasure to serve alongside him in the Student Senate. On December 12th, we participated in a student AI panel held in the NPR with members of the Academic Senate, faculty, and staff. A total of 6 Student Senate members participated, and we were fully engaged, offering insightful feedback from the student perspective regarding AI. It was another fantastic opportunity to contribute to the important conversations about the future of AI and how we adapt responsibly to a tool that is clearly here to stay. A special thank you to Donna Green for providing us with this opportunity. We look forward to more collaborations on this topic. Additionally, we want to thank the foundation for allowing us to join the agricultural trip. It was an eye-opening experience and a valuable opportunity to learn more about the process and work happening in our community. A special thanks to Yelena Moiseva and everyone involved inviting ASCOT to participate. We also participated in the gingerbread house contest. And while we did not do very well this year, to be fair, we truly tried. The effort was there, and we will improve. Watch out next year. And thank you again for allowing us to participate. We'd also like to respectfully suggest a new category for the next year. We tried.
Oh, we try.
We believe we would have won that
That's
one.
good.
Reflecting on this fall semester, time has gone by so fast. It feels like we could have accomplished even more. But as leaders, we also must be easier on ourselves and our team. It is important to celebrate the positive work we have achieved, whether small or large, and continue improving as student leaders. Sometimes it's easy to focus only on what needs to improve, but we cannot let that overshadow the progress we have made. This year's ASCOT has been the most engaged I have seen, not only with students, but also with COD faculty, staff, and campus partners. As we head into break, we are grateful for the time to reflect and return stronger, re-energized, and ready to close the year with the momentum and build an even stronger foundation for future student leaders to continue. None of this will be possible without the support of so many. The Office of Student Life, the President's Office, the Foundation, faculty and staff, and the Board of Trustees, among many others. This is my second year in Ascot, and I have never felt more supported. It has been encouraging to see continued growth in shared governance at all levels. I am profoundly grateful. Thank you all for your continued support. I hope you have an amazing holiday break. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Kelly. College of the Desert Foundation, Catherine Abbott,
Uh,
or representative from the foundation.
Trustee Oden, I was informed by the foundation this morning that they are unable to have a representative here, but their report is posted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. College of the Desert Alumni Association, Betsy Young, Executive Director. Welcome.
And Jennifer Chapman is here to present the Alumni Association.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good morning, trustees and members of the College of the Desert community. My name is Jennifer Chapman, and I'm the manager of the Street Fair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Street Fair and its continued role in supporting community engagement on our campus. This season, the Street Fair relocated to the Fred Waring side of campus. As with any change, this transition required adjustments for both our operations and our vendors. I am pleased to report that the Street Fair is thriving in its new location. The Fred Waring side of campus offers, sorry, I've lost my place now. A park-like setting with mature trees and mountain views that truly highlight the natural beauty of the College of the Desert campus. As the season has progressed, feedback from vendors and patrons has been increasingly positive, and the new location has become a welcoming and vibrant gathering space. We sincerely appreciate the support we have received from college leadership, campus departments, vendors, and the community throughout this transition. In addition to supporting small businesses and providing vibrant community experience, the College of the Desert Street Fair is proud to highlight and support local nonprofit organizations. These partnerships allow nonprofits to connect directly with the community and advance important social, environmental, and educational missions. This year, we are pleased to have hosted Esperanza's Sanctuary, a nonprofit dedicated to sustainability, food justice, and climate resilience. During their participation, Esperanza's Sanctuary distributed fresh produce, edible plants and trees, seed packages, and composting resources, while also connecting with new volunteers and individuals interested in reducing food waste. Their team, which includes climate action fellows and a recent College of the Desert graduate, provided meaningful education on edible landscaping and sustainable practices. We also hosted Kittyland Cat and Kitten Rescue, a local animal welfare organization established in 2014 following zoning changes that placed a longstanding animal shelter at risk. Kittyland provides a safe haven for cats and kittens in need and use their time at the street fair to engage their community and raise awareness about local rescue efforts. They also just emailed to inform us that they nearly reached their fundraising goal of $500 at our event. In addition, the Street Fair welcomes Street Samaritan Alliance, a nonprofit focused on providing rapid, direct assistance to individuals experiencing homelessness. Their flexible approach allows them to meet immediate needs such as transportation assistance, work supplies, and housing support at critical moments, helping to prevent small obstacles from becoming major setbacks. Looking ahead, we are excited to continue expanding these community partnerships. Upcoming nonprofit participants include a Lifestream Blood Bank on the 27th, University of California Master Gardener Program of Riverside County, Palm Desert Library, Rescue Life Dog Rescue, and Ape Action Africa, Inc. Together, these organizations represent a wide range of community priorities, including public health education, environmental stewardship, animal welfare, and global conservation. In closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Board of Trustees, college leadership, campus partners, vendors, and nonprofit organizations for their continued support of the College of the Desert Street Fair. We remain committed to ensuring the street fair is a well-managed, welcoming, and valuable asset to the college and broader community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your report. And we move on in our agenda to California School Employees Association, CSEA, Omar Fimbres. Welcome.
Good morning, President Superintendent Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. It is that time of the year. The fall semester is ending, the holidays are upon us, and the winter session is just around the corner. On December 1st, CSEA hosted our annual fall-winter luncheon. Member attendance was the best ever. Thank you all that encouraged staff to enjoy a meal together, allow them to spend time with their coworkers, and have a chance to win door prizes. This was a collective effort to show that we care for classified and that they are valued. This semester, our CSEA members were able to provide 18 campus stores to schools in the Coachella Valley, Big Bear, and Hemet. On December 12th, our members hosted the annual Winter High School Visit Day for December high school graduates. Students were able to tour the campus, register for the spring classes, and enjoy lunch in the multi-purpose agency library. As you know, many of our members are retiring at the end of this month. We are excited for them to start a new chapter in their lives. Over the past several years, in addition to their assigned task, they have greeted our members, students, and other staff with a warm hello or a good morning, and helped those who asked for assistance. To our retirees, your hard work, dedication, kindness have left a lasting mark. We wish you the best for this new phase in your life. A friendly reminder to the board and key administrators that in order to continue to provide the service and support to our students and staff all have become accustomed to, vacant positions need to be filled quickly, as there is another round of retirees coming in June. Let's work together and prepare. As this year comes to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the journey we have shared. We have been through challenges, changes, exciting opportunities, and exceptional accomplishments. Thank you for your support, kindness, and presence. They have made all the difference. Here's to closing 2025 with gratitude and stepping into an ever better 2026. Lastly, happy holidays to everyone. May the winter break allow you to spend quality time with your loved ones. This concludes my report.
And thank you. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA, Mike Gladich. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, congratulations on your appointment and your new office. Members of the board, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, members of the executive leadership team, and our whole college community. CODA is happy to report agreement between the Adjunct Association and the district on continuing and expanding the state-funded part-time faculty health insurance program at COD. Under the program, qualifying part-time faculty will receive reimbursement for medical health insurance premiums. Mindful of current budget needs, we are glad to report that the benefit to the adjuncts is substantial, and the cost to the district will be $0. You might remember at a board meeting a couple of months ago, that faculty and students from the Indio campus came in person to describe their urgent concerns for their physical safety, especially night classes. We are happy to report that significant steps have been taken by the district to address those concerns. It's pretty wonderful how much has been done, not just at Indio, but also at our other campuses. The lighting is improved. The number of safety officers has been increased with enhanced deployment. 2 more electric carts were ordered. Collaboration with local law enforcement has been enhanced, and 2 new devices give us instant radio communication now between all our campuses in the Valley. It's an example of what can happen when we have an executive team and superintendent president who listen and pay attention to the needs of students and faculty. And we are deeply grateful to them and to the Public Safety Department for implementing these changes. About 2 weeks ago, a number of us attended a training on emergency preparedness prepared by the COD, or presented by the COD Public Service Department for campus leaders and administrators. I have one word for it: fabulous. We simulated a major earthquake at the Palm Desert campus, and the training was designed to create the kind of chaos and need for action that a real earthquake would cause. Imagine an alarm horn going off suddenly without any warning, and somebody yelling, "What do we do?" And somebody else yelling, "Duck and cover, duck and cover." And then sheer chaos as people did their best to crawl under the desks, which was the first lesson for me. Crawling under a desk is not equally easy for everyone. Another thing I learned was how to put a helmet on. Honestly, I didn't know how it worked. Now you'll see there's this short end and then there's this long end. And I wear a I wear a blue baseball hat.
Forgive you for that. We'll forgive you, you know. No, Giants here, Giants.
I know. Well, we took a pledge of allegiance for freedom and justice for all. Okay, so freedom especially. All right, so here we are. I thought that the long end was like a baseball hat and that was like a sun visor. So I put the thing on this way, which is wrong. And so the person sitting next to me at the table kindly, and I honestly think it was an important thing because I think it could have saved my life if it was a real earthquake, showed me how to put it on correctly. Be sure I get it right. And it goes like this. Okay. So, all right. It might not sound like a big deal, but in a real earthquake with stuff falling down on everyone, helping each other like that is what needs to happen. And a third lesson was articulated by our superintendent president. All of us must meet chaos with calmness. Big thanks to interim acting director, who is now, I believe, the manager of the Public Service Academy, Jeff Bumpancero, and to Jill Michael Probst, to director of the Public Safety Academy, Walt Meyer, and finally to interim vice president of administrative services, Chip West. Chip, when we were finished with the training, I heard one of the deans say, "This was the best employee training I have ever experienced in my entire career." And I agree. That's my report.
College of the Desert Faculty Association, COFA, Adam Gill.
We've received no report.
Okay, then we move on to the Academic Senate, Corbin Wyatt.
And
Oh, Jorge Perez.
I thought it was Santa Claus.
Yeah, well, I'm here to bring
It's working.
holiday joy and center
You're equally festive.
Did you bring presents?
for the message students I did. Yeah, yeah, sorry. All right, before I get started, full disclaimer, Corbin said I could plug whatever I wanted. After this, I'm gonna plug the NASA program that we have.
Yes.
So just real quick.
Thank
Anyway, so so on behalf of our academic senate president, hi everyone. This semester, the academic senate spent a lot of time doing the foundational work that makes shared governance actually function well. Getting people-oriented, strengthening processes, and making sure faculty voices are informed and represented as we take on bigger issues. Early on, we focused on Senate norms and mechanics, how first and second readings work, why consent agendas matter, and what it means to truly represent your area rather than just a personal opinion. That groundwork paid off as we moved into some heavier conversations later in the term. We did important policy work this semester, including updates to graduation requirements to stay aligned with Title V and Chancellor's Office guidance. We were intentional about encouraging faculty to take those conversations back to their areas before final votes, which really speaks to the Senate's commitment to consultation over speed. One of the more visible actions this semester was approving the resolution and using a syllabus management system. That discussion was honest and at times messy. It definitely was messy, yeah, which is exactly what good governance should look like. Faculty raised real concerns about accessibility, disciplinary differences, and implementation, and those concerns are reflected in the final language. At the same time, the resolution clearly protects academic freedom while addressing accreditation, accessibility, and compliance needs. Curriculum work continues to be very active, especially with the common course numbering. Faculty are navigating multiple phases of course template changes, and the Senate continues to encourage participation in statewide efforts, so local expertise is shaping those decisions rather than reacting to them after the fact. We also spent time this semester talking about faculty leadership, how we recruit it, how we support it, how we make it feel doable. This is growing interest in earlier elections or shadowing opportunities for senators and department chairs, so faculty are not stepping into leadership cold. Those conversations are ongoing and happening in coordination with union leadership. Equity and inclusion showed up in concrete ways this semester, particularly through adjunct faculty leadership. Adjunct representatives led a transparent recruitment effort that resulted in 19 new adjunct committees representatives, along with the onboarding and frequently asked question materials to help people participate meaningfully in governance. That has been a real win for inclusive representation. In outcomes and assessment, we continue planning for the 2026 program showcase and had thoughtful discussions about access to course and section level data, including appropriate use of safeguards. We also flagged an urgent institutional issue, the upcoming transition away from Illumin. The Senate made it clear that timely action will be critical to protect assessment data and stay ahead of accreditation expectations. We also continue our role in recognizing faculty service and preserving institutional memory by approving emeritus status for Dunn Laughlin and Rennett centers. Overall, this semester was about building a strong foundation. We did careful, sometimes unglamorous work that set us up to move faster and more boldly. Next semester, the Senate is prepared to take on more ambitious work and lean more fully into its role as a faculty voice in academic and professional matters. That includes examining differential treatment across disciplines, such as scheduling in science and math, and addressing non-compliance issues, including the catalog. The Academic Senate will be clear and consistent in identifying inequities and in advancing systematic solutions that strengthen students' academic experience. Love, Corbin. Okay, so that's the report. I do want to talk about the NASA program real quick. So we received $40,000 from NASA earlier this semester. Preparations are ongoing to have our NASA event happen in the India campus. This will happen from June 12th to June 16. We had room for 40, 74 students applied. We took 44, which is really the cap. So this shows really that there is an interest and a need for programs like this particular program. It will consist of a robotics competition that's going to happen throughout 4 days, with the 5th day being a tour to Collins Aerospace Facility in Riverside, along with UC Riverside, the engineering and the science labs. So you'll probably get an email from me inviting you to participate, maybe be a judge or a mentor for some of these kids. But I just want to tell you that the kids are excited. There's great things happening here in Palm Desert, but also in India. And thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege. May I ask, Master Jedi Perez a question? What is it that's preventing from you taking more students? Is it just like bandwidth, capacity, or is it funding?
It's the nature of the program, right?
Okay.
NASA would love it, right, if we could bring more students, but the nature of the program is such that going over that 44 mark, I would have taken all of them, right? But going over that 44 mark, more for a pedagogy sort of thing, it would just not make sense,
Okay.
right? But I figured I would tell you that there's this need. In the past, we've had to almost beg students to apply.
Yeah.
So this is really the result of all these years, right? And now they're really excited to do this. There's a clear need for STEM engagement. And I think that's just one proof of it. So that's why I bring it up. So what we're going to do with the excess, the students who didn't get in, we essentially are promising them a spot on the next round, assuming there's funding for this upcoming year. But really, it's just the pedagogy. It's just the nature of the program.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Thank you for the information. And
Yeah.
thank you for the great work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank- Yeah. Yes, Mary Kay.
Thank you. I personally want to thank you for having this program. I had 2 students that walk with me in the DHS parade that are one of the recipients of the NASA Jet program. The parent hugged me and cried that her daughter got the opportunity to attend that NASA Jet as a woman and as a minority woman and the first generation. The mom was just, it was so emotional for the parents to say that her daughter is going to be one of the students part of your program. That was so amazing. And the other gentleman by the name of, he worked on the parade, was also excited and mentioned that, so the question I'm asking is, I want to say thank you, but how many women, because the girl, she was the mom. I mean, I'm just telling you, was just ecstatic.
Yeah, actually, that's a very, very important question and something that I personally, but also the group that's helping me, we've studied quite a bit. We have 44 students who got accepted. We have 14 women who got into the program. So the way the groups are gonna work out is we had a long discussion as to what that looks like. So the easy solution is you evenly distribute everyone, but we did not want to do that because then we will probably be perpetuating this idea that women are a minority in STEM. So the groups that we form are actually 2 groups of mostly women. And then, we put a few of our male students there. We want to explore what that looks like, right? So we want to break barriers. But we worked so hard on trying to get 50% male students and 50 female students, but that's just kind of on us. There's more work to do. But in the past, we've had one female student apply, right, and get in. So now clearly we're growing and we're doing better, but there's still room to improve. So that's actually something I had a conversation with NASA this Monday, and they were very pleased to hear the efforts that we're doing. So they're very excited. Fortunately, they won't be able to come this year because of budget cuts. Usually NASA reps come and see the event. But yeah, that is actually something we're working on and take into consideration.
Thank you for your report. Appreciate
All right,
it very much.
thank you.
Moving on with our report, we move to the governing board, student trustee, Falcon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, trustees, President Bal Martinez Garcia, executive cabinet, staff, colleagues, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me the continued support and representation of students, government at this incredible institution. It is a privilege to be here with you, to learn from you, and to contribute as much as possible on behalf of our students. I take this responsibility very seriously. I remain committed to represent all students at College of the Desert, including students at every satellite campus. I want to begin by thanking Nusa James for her support over these past months. I know the work is not easy, and I truly appreciate the time she took to represent all students. I hope to continue the momentum and keep building strong collaboration so we can keep improving the student experience. Over the past month, I have continued to support as many students' events activities as possible. I want to highlight a few of them because student engagement and community building continues to grow across our community, and the progress deserves recognition. I attended the International Tree Light event, and it was a great experience. It was genuinely fun spending time with the community, connecting with students, and participating in this activity where we drew and decorated the wooden ornaments. It was a welcoming event that brought people together in a positive way. The tree's still up, and if anyone would like an ornament to decorate and hang, I can help you get one. I also attended events hosted by the music club. One was their event called The Bliss, which was essentially a de-stress and community hangout. Students gather on the grass near the art department where DJ was playing. We had snacks and a lot of conversations. It was exactly the kind of relaxed environment that helps students feel connected and supported, especially during these busy weeks. I also attended the music club's karaoke night. I did not sing that night. I chose to watch because there was so much talent that my unrefined screaming did not feel appropriate in the presence of people who clearly came prepared. Maybe next time. In addition, I attended a meeting with the Health and Wellness Club. The club president delivered a strong presentation about his goals for the club and the direction he wants to take it. It is always encouraging to see students intentionally building spaces that support mental wellness. Efforts like this matter, and it's important that we continue encouraging and supporting student-led initiatives focused on well-being. I also attended the MESA meeting, and as always, it provided meaningful and practical information about opportunities available for students. There are consistently strong guest speakers, helpful resources, and a supportive environment. I will also add, as a student on a budget, the food is always on point and are non-negotiable for me. I know I attended additional club events beyond the ones I am listed today. I want to acknowledge that our students' life continues to improve. I am grateful for the many welcoming clubs that work hard to include and support students. If I'm missing any event I attend, it is not due to the lack of appreciation. It is simply because there are so many, and I generally wish I had time to attend every single one of them. I also want to mention the Jamboree House event. It was a great experience, and we are very thankful for the foundation to putting this together and supporting students' engagement in this way. And while we have not heard, while we have no hard feelings that we did not win anything, we will absolutely be back next year. I also want to recognize that many departments are hosting excellent events that directly support students. One example is the Study Jam with the therapy dogs. That event was a great success, and I received a lot of positive feedback from students who attended. Many share their hope we can have more therapy animals visit our campus, especially during finals. Finals are very stressful weeks for students managing anxiety, pressure, and hard workloads. Small moments of support like these can make a meaningful difference. I also want to acknowledge the Roadrunner Rally in India. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but I heard very positive feedback about it. I also want to highlight that combining the rally with food distribution was an excellent idea. A lot of students are struggling right now, and meeting basic needs is directly connected to academic success and overall well-being. I want to give a big thank you and recognition to everyone involved in making that support possible, including the College Corp students, staff, faculty who helped. There is some concern with clubs, so I just want to continue encouraging that we continue having dialogues about potential retaliation or hate speech, and just ensuring that all clubs are held accountable. We have a code of conduct, and just making sure that collectively we are following up so that students feel safe. I want to thank Michael Gladish for his words about clubs at COD. It is something vital for College of the Desert, student life, and a sense of community. It directly impacts on student retention, and I would encourage continued support in finding ways to increase advisors to these clubs. Currently, it is not easy to achieve that. I want to conclude by addressing a concern that I believe deserves direct attention. There are many minority students on our campus who are feeling anxious and afraid right now. Yesterday was not an easy day for a lot of students, and it's clear that these political tensions may not change anytime soon. I recognize and I appreciate that everyone at College of the Desert continues to support students and that our faculty, staff, and leadership care deeply about students' well-being and success. At the same time, I want to emphasize the urgency of continuing to improve our processes and communication so that students feel informed, supported, and safe. The need is immediate, and the impact of clear communication and accessible support can be significant for students who are already carrying fear or uncertainty. Thank you very much for your time. That concludes my report.
Thank you for your report. You're a welcome addition, and we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Moving on with our board report to Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank publicly Noosa James for serving as a student trustee during your tenure, and I want to give a big welcome to Juan as our new student trustee. So, happy holidays and happy Hanukkah and happy Festivus Day for those who just want to celebrate Festivus for all. Finals are over. And the Roadrunner family did the best job I've ever seen for our students for final week. From our team by providing snacks, the task group for having tutoring, for mindfulness that is so needed and that anxiety when you're going through finals. And the faculty, the staff, the administrators, from the groundskeeper that keep it clean. So I heard that there was one group that brought even pizza, and I heard another group, I believe from the automotive, that were grilling hot dogs and hamburgers for our students. So I'm seeing this one of the 20 years that I've been at the COD, I've never seen such support for our students during finals, and I just want to commend the COD family for that. Attended now on the front of events, I attended several women's club events from Desert Hot Springs to the Rancho Mirage Women's Club. And I want to especially thank President Val Martinez, Tula, and those that attended that we were able to have from the Desert Hot Springs Women's Club, which I belong to. It's a women's club that we give 100 of the proceeds to our students, our women's student scholarships for our underserved communities. It means a lot. I also attended, and I want to thank the COD care team that constantly has in mind our faculty and our staff, a nice little cup of coffee, a nice little muffin, and a beautiful spread. Thank you, Maribela. And I also want to thank the team that does the COD care. There were a lot of you that come, and those that don't know about it, it's a wonderful time to just come out and take a few minutes to relax for our faculty and staff. And I encourage you all to attend any future events in January. I also, and most importantly, attended, it was very emotional for me to attend the COD retirement event, where many of our current staff and many of them whom I have known for over 20 years will retire this year. As I mentioned in my speech, you can always come back and volunteer. A roadrunner is always a roadrunner. So you've dedicated, as I said in my speech, you have dedicated your heart and your lives to our institution, and we want to deeply thank you for that. And most importantly, I attended something that's dear to my heart, was the Basic Needs Conference for the California Community College League. So basically, this is very, very important. Too many of our community college students are still struggling. 2/3 face food, housing, and basic needs and security, and many more are now losing access to the vital SNAP benefits. This is not just a policy issue. This is a human issue. Students cannot thrive in a classroom if they're worried about where they're going to sleep, where they're going to eat. So which brings me back the push for wellness for both for our faculty and most of all for our students. We at the College of the Desert are beacons. We care and we understand. That is why we had snacks during finals. That's why we have the wonderful work that Jocelyn does for our food pantry, that provide food, that provide snacks, that provide clothing, that provide detergent on Wednesdays. I'm very, very proud how COD has embraced the needs of our family here. Today, we'll be having nursing. They will be graduating at 2 p.m. I just want to congratulate the class and your continued dedication for the future of the Coachella Valley. And most of all, and being there for us. And I would like to also give a shout out to Eisenhower Hospital for holding the graduation there today. I also participated along with two NASA students, COD students from Desert Hot Springs, in the Desert Hot Springs Holiday Parade. It was so wonderful to walk with Mary Oled and Joshua, both electrical engineer majors from COD, and their family. It was just wonderful. I just also, at the end, want to thank you all, faculty, staff, and community, for being part of a heartful profession of education. It's a journey, and together we are shaping not the classrooms, but the futures of the Coachella Valley. From my family to yours, I hope you peace, laughter, and real rest in the days ahead. See you next year. 2026 will be the best year ever for COD. Thank you so much, and this ends my report.
And thank you. And moving on to Trustee Byers.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays to all the road runners. Greetings to my fellow trustees, Student Trustee Falcone, our Vice Presidents, and Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, and especially the students who make this college what it is. What a year it has been. Last December, I was sworn in as a trustee. Even though I had researched the role during my campaign, I quickly realized the depth of commitment required. And I must say, I'm enjoying every minute of it. From becoming a certified trustee to meeting students, faculty, and staff to attending events and graduations, this journey has been both educational and deeply rewarding. Thank you to all who have been patient with me as I learned more about our college. When I began, I thought 1 year would be enough to learn how to be a good trustee. Now I know I'm only scratching the surface. I look forward to 3 more years of learning, growing, and applying that knowledge to the betterment of COD. I'd like to recognize and thank those who are retiring from the college this month. Your dedication to COD and our students have brought us to where we are today. For those planning future retirements, you know who you are. We value your input and commitment to leaving a legacy as you prepare for your next chapter. I was especially moved by the learning of William C. Tumulty's commitment to the Pride Center. The emotions shared during the tamale gathering, combined with the scholarship awards, made for a truly memorable event. A few of us attended the CCLC convention in Orange County, where we engaged in seminars that furthered our trustee education. I was proud to see, and there's a picture out there somewhere, my name listed on the placard announcing trustees certifications for 2025. Representing the college, I also attended the Palm Springs State of the City, Eisenhower Circle of Stars, the McCallum Theater Gala, and its wonderful performances. I'd like to correct an error I made with the Roadrunner motors. I dropped off some Domino's pizza cards telling them they were worth $25 each. They're worth a lot more. I hope you found that out when you tried to use them. And I hope you're still enjoying the pizzas. And this afternoon, almost at the same time as the nurses' pinning ceremony, is also the juvenile correction officers ceremony being held here on campus. And before I close, I'd like to say I really enjoyed watching the football game of the year last night. And I'm glad to say my team won. As we conclude this year, I wish everyone a joyful holiday season. Please take time to celebrate and treasure moments with your family and friends. Happy New Year.
Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today, both in person and virtually. I do want to start by apologizing in advance, as I'll need to step out early due to a work commitment that I can't get out of. Um, it's been an incredibly busy few weeks with work. Honestly, it's been a busy year, but I did have a chance to attend the State of the County at Acrisure Arena, hosted by 4th District Supervisor V. Manuel Perez. It was an impressive and inspiring event, and it really highlighted the great work happening across our county. Supervisor Perez is a leader that I hope to emulate. I also attended um, the Tamale Festival in Indio. It just went for fun, but the reason why I bring that up is because our very own Danny Torres, who is a program specialist for the Office of Student Life, performed, and he is really good. He has a great band. They play cumbias. Yeah, you got to check them out. Anyway, shout out Danny Torres to you and your band. You guys played great, man. Um, I want to give a special thank you to Jeff Bompensiero for stepping in as interim Director of Public Safety during a critical time. Jeff, the leadership you provided over the past 3 months was truly appreciated. I also like to recognize Chip West for stepping up to lead the department. Chip, you're a machine, man. You are. As well as Dr. Scott Atkins for taking on his new role as interim director of board projects and planning. The work you both do continues to impress me. You are both public servants and educators at heart and truly represent the values of Roadrunners. Thank you for everything that you bring to this college. I don't want to be presumptuous, but this decision is easy money. Congratulations to Amanda Phillips on becoming the permanent Vice President of Student Services, and to Ashley Griffith as the permanent Director of EOPS. The work you do for our students is essential, and I sincerely thank you for your dedication. Welcome to Marbella Ordaz, to our executive office. I'm excited to work with you, and Jeff, congratulations on your permanent appointment. I look forward to continuing to work together. Dean Silviera, thank you for stepping in as interim Dean of Educational Services and Planning. Dean Papas, congratulations. I'm looking forward to the vision and leadership you'll bring to the President's office. Dr. Hassan, thank you for your time as Dean of Social Sciences and Arts. Our students truly appreciated your leadership, but it's clear your heart has always been in the classroom. I also want to thank Student Trustee James for her service over the past few months. Your convictions are admirable, and I wish you nothing but the best moving forward. Congratulations as well to our new student trustee, Falcon. I've been very impressed with your board report since you became ASCOT president, and I'm excited to work with you in this new role. Congratulations to our new chair, Trustee Oden. I'm looking forward to working with you in this new role and the experience and leadership that you bring as a public servant for all the years that you have been. And thank you to Dr. Kinnaman for his service as chair. Thank you for your leadership, especially during this whole accord accreditation process. I appreciate you. I've learned a lot from you, and I want to apologize to you publicly for the times I've ever offended you. Before I wrap up, I do want to address the elephant in the room regarding the Turning Point Club. While I don't personally agree with or endorse their positions, students do have the right to form a club and express their views, even when we don't agree with them. Those views are theirs, just as ours are our own. However, hate speech will not be tolerated, and the minute that begins, we will put a stop to it. What I want to be very clear about is that I remain fully committed to advocating for our first generation students, our students of color, our LGBTQ+ students, and all other marginalized or underrepresented students. Please know that you have an ally in me, and just like many others in this campus. Thank you.
And thank you, Trustee Perez. And we'll move on to our former chair, Trustee Kinnaman.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations again, Trustee Oden, for your chairmanship. I'm excited about the next year, and you have a wealth of experience from the classroom to being the mayor to knowing Coachella Valley for decades and decades, and that expertise will be very valuable for this college. I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to my fellow trustees, to our parliamentarian, Carlos Maldonado, and to the president and his entire staff for their steadfast support of me during the past year as chair of the board. This year, the board has made significant strides in working together collaboratively in service of our students and our community. While we may at times hold differing perspectives, I am proud of our shared commitment to respectful dialogue, thoughtful deliberation, and ultimately finding consensus that advances the mission of our district. Together, we have demonstrated that effective governance is rooted in mutual respect, trust, and a collective focus on student success. I want to acknowledge the individual commitment of each trustee because they have made extensive professional development over the year. Your dedication to strengthening the board's understanding of policy governance has elevated our work and reinforced our responsibility as stewards of this institution. I would be remiss if I did not recognize the unwavering support of our faculty, staff, foundation, and community partners. Your dedication to education and to the students we serve is the foundation upon which this premier institution stands. Without your collective efforts, the countless individual dreams realized through this college would simply not be possible. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve as chair this past year and truly humbled by the confidence and support you have shown me. And as we enter the holiday season, I wish each of you time to rest, reflect, and celebrate with family and friends as we welcome the new year ahead. And to my colleague, Trustee Perez, we've had fun this past year. We've talked about some of our rocky times, and we both understand that we've grown from them and we have mutual respect for one another. And back to you, anything that I've ever said to you that you felt offensive, I apologize. At this time, again, happy holidays. Have a wonderful new year. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
And thank you, Trustee Kinnaman. 'Tis the season. My bad. I couldn't resist it. Look. On 11/19, I attended a meeting with Mike Hummel from Team Spark and Trustee Meyer. It's a program that we learned about it at the conference while in New Orleans. And I am looking forward to bringing these concepts to, it really focuses on students who stop out of college. And they stop for a variety of reasons. I know we've used the term historically, dropout. I like the term stop out much better because the goal is to reach out to these students and remove as many barriers as possible for the stoppage and get these students back on track. So you'll be hearing more about that. On 12/2, I attended a webinar called The Big Pivot. This session focused on how community colleges can stay mission-focused and student-centered while adapting their student success framework to align with new federal and state requirements. One of the things that's interesting that I think is less important for us to focus on programs than a mindset and a philosophy about our target profile and how we assist them. Because, you know, the federal government's coming in and attacking programs, but it's a little more difficult to attack ideologies and mindsets that are part of the philosophy of the organization. That's what I want to make sure that we're doing much more of. So then we don't have to worry about problems with our funding. On 12/3, I attended a webinar on workforce Pell implications, and it focused on student readiness for local industries. Looking forward to seeing much more on that from our local industries, what their true needs are, and how we are preparing the workforce with the skills for the jobs that are within our local communities. 12/4, I attended a community meeting with my district representative, Jeffrey Bernstein, in Palm Springs. On 12/10, I attended a meeting with community leaders along with President Val Martinez Garcia, who want to participate more in College of the Desert, providing scholarships and participation in programs. On 12/10, I attended a webinar on guided pathways. And it was so enlightening and so inspiring. It focused on the importance of clarity from the start. That the student knows, what am I going to get out of this? That their expectations are being met. How long will it take? What are the exact courses, the map that I need to follow to achieve this? What are the costs? And what can I expect after completion? What is the motivation to stick it out when things become difficult, even if we remove barriers? Then I attended agenda review on 12/12. 12/16, I attended a webinar on assessments. This was really good. What are our most successful programs? What are our least successful programs? And why? What are we doing that's right that in those successful programs, and what are the things that we need to change and or improve on those programs that are not as successful? So it's the questions that we need to ask. What are our assessment tools? Are they dated? Are they effective? And how do we know? So that's a whole nother thing that I think at some point we need to be good to focus on as a board. And on workforce Pell. Look, what all of these things have shown me increase my concern for our students who are leaving us. As I attend these webinars, I'm so thankful for California, not just the community college system, but for the Cal State system and the UC systems, because our students who are leaving us and staying in the state are going to have many more benefits than if they're going to school in other parts of the country, because the support system and the philosophy, the ideology that we have in supporting our students here in California. But if they're transferring to other parts of the country, there are a lot of challenges that they are going to face. And I think it's incumbent upon us to prepare them as much as possible for those challenges. And especially, it's just our students, because the students that we have are the students who are going to encounter those difficulties when they leave us, the lack of support. So to our retirees, to my board members, staff, faculty, I'd like to say happy holidays. Thank you for your service. Happy New Year, and look forward to the things that we shall accomplish here. And we move on to our president.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to also welcome you to the role of chair. Look forward to working with you, especially like we've talked about before, your experience as mayor is invaluable to us. So thank you so much. And again, thank you to Trustee Kinnaman and welcome Vice Chair Ruben Perez. Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you during our meetings before the agenda review. Your experience as a former chair is going to be very, very beneficial to us. I'd also like to make a comment real fast on something that Trustee Meyer had said about the best team in NFL. Trustee Perez and I do want to make sure that everyone knows that it is in fact the Dallas Cowboys. So we want to make sure. Yeah, like all the Raider fans say, next year, next year. I'd also like to welcome Student Trustee Falcon. You are definitely welcome presence here with us. Thank you for your leadership with ASCOT as president. Thank you to ASCOT. Your partnership and your presence on campus has really upped engagement and enthusiasm on campus. You are definitely a nice change to the campus, and so we will continue to support you in all that you do. So thank you very much. Also, I want to recognize the efforts of the foundation in Giving Tuesday, specifically to let the board know this year, the staff, faculty, and community members that contributed to Giving Tuesday raised more than $20,000 over what we raised last year. I think the total was $28,000. So about $28,000 total for Giving Tuesday. And I would like to concede that Interim Vice President of Administrative Services, Chip West, did win. And he won, yeah. And I have to say that publicly because it was not part of our bet, but I just want to make sure everyone knows that he did a really fun job and everyone is thankful to him, blah, 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 blah. Next year. I want you to know that. Okay. And then I know he left already, but our faculty member, Jorge Perez, and all he does for NASA, our program is amazing. Our STEM program is second to none, I think. And then having a daughter in STEM fields, I know how hard it is, speaking to Trustee Sanchez-Fulton's comments, for a female in STEM. But the fruits of her labor throughout the process of getting her degree are bearing fruit. And she is no longer on my payroll, so that's even better, as she is now an engineer living in San Francisco. And so it's an awesome thing to see. So in closing, I'm going to read this for you. I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for believing in this college, and thank you for believing still in the enduring promise of education. 1 year ago, I was humbled by the responsibility this board bestowed on me to serve as the acting superintendent president. I did not come with all the answers. Matter of fact, I probably had more questions than answers. But I tried to approach this role with a deep respect of this community, a clear sense of purpose, and an unshakable belief that when a community comes together and helps create opportunities, those opportunities meet determination. That determination changes lives. And today I stand before you filled with gratitude for what you and we have accomplished together and for what we are still trying to become. At the heart of COD is a simple truth. Every student matters, not because of where they come from, not because of how much money they have, not because of how perfectly their path has unfolded, but because of their dignity, their human dignity. Over this past year, we've recommitted ourselves to being an institution that does more than open doors. We want to walk alongside our students every step of their educational journey. This year, we strengthened pathways for students who have too often been asked to wait their turn, high school students earning college credit, working adults balancing jobs, families, and dreams, first-generation students stepping onto a college campus for the first time. What we're trying to do is reduce barriers. Reduce barriers by investing in support services like tutoring and basic needs, because we know those support services are very, very important for our students. Specifically, a hungry student cannot learn, and a student without support cannot persist. We launched new programs in artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. We've invested in our faculty because great teaching remains the heart of great learning. We continue to put up and improve buildings and structures which represent expanded access across the valley. A new campus in Palm Springs, a reimagined presence in Desert Hot Springs, Roadrunner and Motors, continued improvement in Indio, Palm Desert aesthetics, and planning for the future of Mecca Thermal. These are promises written in concrete and steel that represent a deep commitment to our communities of the Coachella Valley, that COD is their college and will always, always have a place for our students here. We strengthen partnerships with cities, schools, employers, and organizations. We've expanded Pledge for All because talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. None of this happens because of one person. It happens because of students, faculty, staff, community partners, but more importantly, it happens because of trustees. Trustees that believe in the mission, the values of this campus, and who set priorities that enable us to do our jobs. The question had come up with ACCJC last year: does the board delegate the authority of the CEO to make these things happen? I unequivocally will sit before you today and say, yes. The board sets a vision, and they've allowed our team of executives to do our job. And for that, we are grateful. So let's let this keep going. Let us keep building. Let us keep believing. I want to say thank you. I want to say God bless you. And may the promise of this valley continue to rise in every student we serve. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move on in our agenda to consent. 9.01, blanket motion. All considered items will be voted on in one motion. Any board member may request that any item be moved to an action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent agenda items?
Yes, Chair. If we could move 11.02 to action.
11.02?
Yes.
You beat me to it, Joel, but I was going to say that one and 11.01 as well.
And 11.01? Okay, then the chair will entertain a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Roll call, Mr. President.
Student Trustee Falcon. Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton. Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So 11.01 becomes 10.01, correct?
13.
It becomes 13.01.
13.01. And 13.02, 13.02. Okay.
You'll need to request a motion, sir.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved
That's
and
to approve,
second.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for allowing me to pull this item. Just a few different highlights that I want to make. We're resurfacing the tennis courts, which is awesome, very necessary. If y'all don't know me, I'm a big sports fan, so we're happy to be doing that for our students. Also, we are repainting the crosswalks and the curbs. Thank you to our executive team, for listening to our faculty, on the request and making our campus safer, and also the golf carts for our public safety department in the Indio campus. So thank you, Chip, Jeff, Clayton, Neil, Walt, Val, for the great work that you've done in ensuring that our students and faculty feel safe when they're on our campus. Just wanted to make those points.
Okay.
Chairman, I also wanted to make a point on that as
The
well.
same one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oodle Clean Services. So Jeff, having the gum off the floor of the College of the Desert, the sanitation of the bathrooms, making sure that everything is sanitized. As you see in our Poodle Clean Services throughout the whole campus, they have gone through staff lounges, classroom supplies. These are our basics. I just want to thank you for giving just the basics and cleanliness. And that's very, very important. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. We'll call for the question. And
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, now we move to 1302.
So,
I'll move.
I
Second.
have a motion and a second.
sorry, discussion. Yes, I did ask for this to be moved to action. I was going to ask for us to pull one of the items out of this, but rather than that, because that can be cumbersome at times to break up a recommendation, and I'm going to make the assumption it's going to pass. So I won't be voting on this item because of the California Indian Nations College item. I've chaired that board for 3 years and continue to chair that board. And while we don't see any conflicts of interest, we just want to err on the safe side. And that's why I pulled that to action.
Mr. Chair, I also wanted this to be pulled, and the reason for that is because, for two reasons, actually. We are investing in our Mecathermal campus and doing preliminary civil engineering services to assess the sewer layout capacity. If you're familiar with the area, that area lacks a lot of infrastructure, especially as it relates to water and sewer. So I'm really proud that our college is exploring this opportunity to invest in a disadvantaged community that will be allow us to potentially maybe expand in the future, but also allow us to bring safe, clean drinking water and sewer to our East Valley community, which needs it terribly. So I really appreciate us, beginning to look into that and start making that investment. Also, want to acknowledge the fact that the California Indian Nations College will be also using that campus. And I'm really proud of the partnership that we've developed with the California Indian Nations College. Thank you, Trustee Kinnaman, for your leadership there as well. But in the Eastern Coachella Valley, there is 3 federally recognized Native American tribes. You have the Torres Martinez band of Indians. You have the 29 Palms Band of Mission Indians, and you also have the Agustin Band of Mission Indians. So really appreciate us, offering these opportunities to our Native American students and recognizing the need there. So thank you so much.
Are there any other comments? Is there no? Roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Abstain.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So we move on in our agenda to item 14, Human Resource 1401, Public Employees Appointment, Vice President of Student Services.
So move.
It is moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Any discussion?
Well deserved.
Then we'll have Roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Congratulations, welcome. And we move to 1402, Public Employee Appointment Interim Executive Director Bond Program and Facilities Planning. It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for interim director bond program and facilities planning.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Couldn't think of a better person.
What? Perfect.
Well, considering that that John's been with us, had been with us for a long time, but it's good to have someone with experience and connection to follow in those footsteps. So cool.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye. Okay, move on in our agenda to 1402.
Aye.
1403, Public Employee Appointment Interim Dean Educational Services and Planning. It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Interim Dean Educational Services and Planning.
So move.
I have a
Second.
motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
Well deserved as well.
Where is it?
Very, very good choice.
Okay. And we're ready.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye,
Carried.
motion carried.
Very good.
14.04, Public Employee Appointment Director, EOPS, Care, CalWorks, and Foster Youth Services. It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Director of EOPS, Care, CalWorks, and Foster Youth Services. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a
Second.
motion. Do I have a second? I'll second.
Second.
Joel was.
Oh, you already did. I didn't hear you.
That's all right. You can have it.
He's talking to.
That was the first thing to go. Any discussion?
I just want to say that this is an extremely crucial and important position. They do so much for our students. So thank you so much for the great work that I know that you're going to do. Really appreciate it.
Amen.
Chairman, I also want to say this is something dear to my heart. I think so critical here in the Coachella Valley, especially our foster youth. Thank you so much.
If there are no other comments, we'll do a call.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Moving on to our agenda to action item number 15, budget revisions. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Move on. 1502, resolution number 12925-1, authorized signature. Do I have a motion to approve
moved.
1502?
Motion moved.
Second.
And second, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to roll call.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Number 16, Action Student Services, 1601 Student Equity Plan for 2025 through 2028. VP Amanda Phillips will be available for questions and answers, if any. Do you have a motion?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you. Amanda, I'm just very pleased with our student equity plan. I would love to just get just for the public, what does that mean?
We are required to have a student equity plan in place at all times. We do one every 3 years. This one will carry us through 2028. Essentially, we examine any disproportionate impact we have for defined groups of students, and we work towards eliminating that disproportionate impact through each plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or observations? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Katie Chartier and all the teams that worked on this and the opportunity provided to ASCA to provide feedback on this. There was a lot of work involved in this, and just want to say thank you.
And I think it's important and valuable to have a student perspective. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So any further discussion? Seeing none, then we'll have roll call, Mr. President.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Now we move on to the information items. No action required from the board. Number 17, Board of Trustees, Capital Projects Report.
Robert Rauscher's here to give us a brief update and then answer any questions you may have.
Good morning.
Morning.
We are on. 2025 has been action-packed. Thank you, Chair Oden. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia. We occupy an interesting space, my team. We are part of you, and we are somewhat apart, and you constantly make the choice to bring us in and make you part of your family, part of your team, and we are so grateful for that. Our report here to wrap up 2025. Hopefully we've got it available. If not, I can do it by memory. It's 1701, yes. We have had, I would say, the normal amount of challenges and interesting moments as construction bestows upon us this year. And I want to say thank you because we've made it through with the crystal clear, decisive leadership of Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, the unfailing support of VP West, and a special thank you to Dr. Atkins, especially on the Palm Springs project, whose vision and constancy has given us the guiding light we've needed to move that project forward as well. So thank you all. Let's take a look at what we've got here at the end of the year. Might have to tell you guys. It is on. Here we go. As we know, we have work active throughout the valley. I will get right to the meat and potatoes for everybody. The Palm Springs Development Project is amazing. If you haven't driven by, especially if you haven't driven down Farrell Drive recently, you got to do it. The building is rising up faster than you can imagine. They're literally putting new rooms on that building in terms of the structural steel every single day. We've got all the construction complete for the foundations of all the buildings, and we are moving forward with the campus support building, the mechanical heart of the campus. Very quickly, that building will have its exterior envelope complete within the next month or so. As we move into 2026, keep your eyes open because that big steel infrastructure is going to keep moving north all the way to the end. And for the first time, we're all going to really grasp the scale of this incredible undertaking. So please stay tuned for that. Down the street, so to speak, at Roadrunner Motors, I'm thrilled to tell you that we have finally completed all of the retaining walls for that project. That was a complex undertaking, getting the land for the site prepared for the new facilities. And we are now ready for the building to begin to rise up. So as we move into 2026, the foundations, will go in place. And then because this is a masonry building, we will see it rise up quickly, just as we did the athletic stadium here in Palm Desert. Speaking of which, if you haven't noticed, we have a new stadium building. It is moving along very quickly. The interior spaces, which you can't see as readily, have been all framed out. So all the walls are in place and all of the plumbing and mechanical systems and electrical systems are going in now. The great thing that I'm excited about here is early on in the project, there were a few items that we had to scale back because we were concerned about the project budget. And Dr. West has been able to find ways to reincorporate some of those elements back into the project. So the end product is actually going to be even greater than what we originally thought. At the science building now, we're just about there. Those of you who were able to tour the building this morning, I hope you enjoyed your time. The project is nearly complete. We're putting the finishing touches on it now. We are going to have a period here coming up in the spring where we have kind of an in-between time. Faculty can come in and they can get used to the new building. Staff can get maintenance underway and kind of have a lengthy break-in period because this building's instructional use is so highly technical. It's important that we give people a chance to get used to it and kick the tires, so to speak. So we'll be ready for instruction in the science building in the fall term of 2026. And then finally, I'm starting to call this one the little parking lot that could. Out at Indio on the east side of our existing campus, we're working in partnership with the city of Indio to create new surface parking for our students. And yeah, we'll let the city use it every now and then, but it's really for us. We know that. That project is going well, and we are slated to start construction after the first of the year. So that will go really quick. Pay attention for it. That's our report for this year. Thank you. We're excited about 2026. We're excited about the unity and leadership that's coming from this dais to all of us. Thank you for letting us all be part of your team. Any questions?
Your estimated dates in his presentation, are they accurate as of today as to what you know?
They are, yes. All right.
Any other questions? I have one. Through this experience first of all, the science building is incredible. And just so many special things that are there. So it's obvious the benefit of the collaboration with the faculty and listening to their recommendations and how it just feels like it's for students. What are some key lessons that you've learned by dealing with building specifically on the main campus?
The main campus is an interesting mix of older legacy buildings and new modern state-of-the-art buildings. And I think one of the biggest things that we learned is that instruction has changed since the campus was originally built. We are in a unique position to adapt to what's new and to look forward into the future. So when we sit down with faculty and we talk about how we're going to outfit the science building, for example, or what we're going to do in the athletics building, the new stadium, course at Palm Springs, we have this unique moment to say, okay, we know that things have changed. We know that we're going to fix what wasn't quite working for us before, but what happens in the future? And your faculty and staff here are incredible. Everybody has ideas. Everybody thinks deeply about how to make the students' lives better. And they bring that to the table when they sit down with us and they give us all that information. It can be honestly a little overwhelming at times, but we work hard to incorporate that into each project.
Chairman.
Sanchez Fulton.
On record, I want to thank the Coachella Valley community for voting on the bonds that you voted every December and April, and allowing us to strengthen our school and support our students and build a brighter future today, or for the infrastructure. So I want to personally, I'm sure my fellow board members feel the same, thanking the Coachella all of you, that we're able to use and vitalize these bond money to build this. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
$1702 fiscal year 2024 through 2025 College of the Desert Foundation audit report.
I was going to allow or ask Interim Vice President Chip West if he had any comments on that.
Yeah, the report is submitted. Again, once again, we had a good report here to share with you for the next two items, actually, that we're continuing to move. And so if you have any questions, happy to answer them from you.
Okay, any questions? Then we will accept the report as submitted. Information Administrative Services 1801, investment report for the quarter of July 2025 through September 30th, 2025. And are there any questions on that?
Again, on trend, our irrevocable trust continues to grow. Interest rate cuts, we continue to hope will go up for us, our finances. So everything is on trend right now as we move forward and is looking good for the college.
Then we'll accept that report and file as recommended. And 1802 on the annual Clary report.
So, Dr. West, would you like to take that one?
Yes, we can. I don't know whether you want to pull it up or if there are any questions that you have, but every year, as the Board of Trustees know, in December, we submit the Cleary report. This year, because of some transitions in leadership, I got to hit the button and submit the report for the first time ever. I've never gotten to do that and complete that process. So that was a new thing that College of Desert has given me that I can now put on my resume for any future job that I apply for. So the report includes that's here. We do have Jeff Pomponzero, who's here, who, as you all know, served in the role for us, acting role for the last few months. We're happy to answer questions. We can take you through this report. I don't know if Jeff wants to come up to the dais. He can, but we can kind of scroll through here and you can take a look at some of the items that we have on the annual security report. So next slide.
Keywords for us, Jeff.
Yep, he's looking at me like, no. You can do this. Again, the report, everything in the beginning of the report includes kind of boilerplate information about the college, what our borders are, and kind of what the rules are within Cleary. As you know, if someone comes into campus, if there's a situation that comes, it's within our borders of our campus, and that's what this report reflects. And so in the beginning here, you can see that it reflects our campus maps at each of our campus, at each of our sites, as well as kind of where we have satellite programs. And he talks through the Cleary information and the roles of our officers, the roles of our authorities, and the agreements that we have with surrounding areas. Next page. And we'll get into the meat of it here pretty soon. So this is the hotline. This is all the Bill of Rights. All of this information is required that we put out. We'll also put it on our website. We put that up every single year. This is a review of policies and procedures, the way that we do warnings and notifications, trainings, emergency, student notification systems, and all of the infrastructure that we put in within our public safety program. Up through. Talks about, again, our fire safety. Again, it's not just kind of public safety, but also kind of fire safety, even with regards to environmental health and safety and how we're disposing of materials on campus, disposing of toxic stuff like fuel from like automotive and oil. How do we get rid of that at the end? In our science classes, how do we get rid of chemicals? What is our process there? Go ahead through. Reporting and violence prevention, workplace, campus policies, mental health services and resources are coordinated. All of our crime statistics. So this is where we'll get into the meat of kind of what the different crime statistics are and how they're categorized. And I don't know if Jeff, on kind of page 47 here and going forward, if you want to talk about anything that steps out.
I don't have that report. I have the Shortened version.
The shortened version. He's the quick and dirty version. This is the bigger version. And so you can see a lot of here, there's a lot of zeros next to our reports of items that are that we've had. You'll see, notice on here, we have a couple where on campus, non-campus, public property, unfounded. Those are, again, the categories when we have issues that we put them in. So we go through every single call that we have, every single documented case that we have, and we put them into the categories that's defined by Clery that we put out so that we can compare year to year and to see if there's any trends. Everyone in 2020, when the campuses closed, it was really a great year. There was not a lot of crime and stuff on campuses for all of us in California community colleges. We've come back. We've seen kind of a little uptick, but we've been stable and or on the decline in most of our areas. And Jeff, do you want to talk anything about the shortened report?
This just talks about our 2024 annual security report update. It talks about what Clery is, who Jeannie Clery is, how the act came into place. She was murdered on campus back in 1990. Talks about the Palm Desert crime stats. I mean, basically, there's crime's pretty low on the campuses. As we've discussed earlier, even the annual campus, we've done that site assessment, and there's really nothing going on over there as far as crime.
All right, are there any questions, trustees? Any observations? Just like to say thank you, and especially for your response to issues that were raised on various campuses and the policies and programs, strategies that you implemented, and so quickly. So thank you.
Thank you.
And item 19, information instruction, administrative procedures 4100, graduation requirements for degrees and certificates.
Yes, this is just an informational item. If there were any questions for the board.
Any questions? And we move to our study session. Bachelor of Science in Casino and Integrated Resort Management Program. President Martinez Garcia.
I am so excited to bring to you today a study session for the Bachelor of Science degree in Casino and Integrated Resort Management. This has been a process in over 2 years. I was part of the original process with Dr. Wild, who we went through a process to choose which degree would we be putting forward. And what came from that process, it was faculty driven, was the degree in Casino Integrated Resort Management. Really excited today to bring to you today Vice President of Instruction, Joy Cowden, and her co-presenter, Dr. Jessica Enders, who's Interim Dean of Applied Science and Business. Before they start, I just want to say these two, along with the faculty and the team they've been working with, have done an amazing job to get us from where we were to where we're at. So thank you, and then have fun.
So I did want to thank Chairperson Oden bringing up that importance of working with the community to create education that is really preparing students for employment within the community. And I think this is a really good evidence of how College of the Desert does this, working with our community, because that was a big part of this program. You can go to the next slide, please. Perfect. We have, okay, so because we're an AI campus, this is a Notebook LM video that I had made. And so it's just a little bit of an overview about the program.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to walk you through one of the most important new developments here at College of the Desert. We're going to take a clear-eyed look at our proposed Bachelor of Science degree in Casino and Integrated Resort Management, what it is, why we chose it, and what it means for all of us. So here it is, our proposed new Bachelor of Science. It's focused specifically on casino and integrated resort management. And that really means mastering the whole shebang. The hotels, the gaming, the dining, the entertainment, all under one roof. This is a huge step for us, and it fits perfectly with the California Community College's mission to open up access to affordable four-year degrees that solve real workforce problems right here at home. But that obviously brings up the big question, right? Out of all the degrees we could have pursued, why this one? What makes this program the absolute right move for our students, for the college, and for the entire Coachella Valley? Well, the answer isn't a guess. It's all in the data. Okay, so let's get into the why. This wasn't just an idea that sounded good. This program is a direct, strategic response to a very clear and pressing need in our local economy. Let's start with this number, 160. What is that? Well, according to the Center of Excellence for Labor Market Research, that is the annual gap between the number of management jobs our local casinos and resorts need to fill and the number of qualified bachelor's-prepared people available to fill them. That's a huge gap. It tells us our region's biggest industry has a serious leadership shortage, and we are perfectly positioned to solve that problem. And this is a big deal for our students' wallets, too. Employers are absolutely willing to pay more for these specialized skills. Just look at the difference. The entry-level wage for someone with this bachelor's degree is nearly 30% higher than for someone with just a high school diploma. And most importantly, these are good, living wage jobs that give our graduates a real path to economic security right here in the Valley. This chart really tells the story. You can see that while there are a lot of jobs out there, a staggering 97% of the actual career openings, the ones with a future, are in management. And those are the roles that require a bachelor's degree. So we're not just training students for a job. We are putting them on a direct path to leadership. Okay, so the need is crystal clear, but a program this important doesn't just appear overnight. It's built on a ton of careful planning, collaboration, and hard work. Let's take a look at all the major milestones we've already hit. You can see this was a really deliberate process. It started with a district-wide call for ideas. Once we landed on this concept, we verified that huge labor market need we just talked about. From there, we built out the entire curriculum. We put a staffing plan in place. And this is key, we confirmed that our students are actually excited about it. And all along the way, we worked hand in hand with local employers and our tribal partners to make sure this program is exactly what they need. And just look at this curriculum. This is not some generic business degree. It is a highly specialized, industry-focused program. We're talking upper division courses in everything from casino accounting and finance to gaming law and compliance. And check out that last one. Every single student will get 2 full semesters of hands-on experiential learning. They'll be working inside our partner properties before they even graduate. Of course, you can build the best program in the world, but you need students. And the great news is they are ready and waiting. We surveyed our current students and over 70% said they were interested. Even better, almost 40%, that's more than 50 students just from that first survey, said they'd be likely to enroll. That tells us we've got a strong pipeline for our very first class. So, we've done all this foundational work, we've checked all the boxes. So what's next? Well, here's a look at the clear, straightforward path to getting this program launched and welcoming those students. The timeline is pretty simple. Through 2026, we'll be getting all the final approvals both here on campus and from the state chancellor's office. Then, the 2026-27 academic year is all about implementation, building the course schedules, getting the word out, and setting up the admissions process. This all leads right up to the program moving into the new Palm Springs campus in 2027, with our first group of students starting in fall 2027. And what a home this program is going to have. It's going to be based at our incredible new Palm Springs campus. This place was literally designed from the ground up to be the center of hospitality education in the Valley. We're talking mock hotel rooms, front desk simulation labs. It is the perfect place for the kind of hands-on learning this degree is all about. When you pull it all together, you realize this is so much bigger than just a new degree. This is about the ripple effect it's going to have for our students, for our college, and for the entire community we're here to serve. Let's just break that impact down. For our students, it's a game changer. It's an affordable, direct path to a high-paying career right here at home. For us as a college, this becomes a flagship program that raises our profile and attracts new students. And for our community, it's a promise to deliver a steady pipeline of talented local leaders to strengthen our region's most important industry. It's a win-win-win. And you know, it really all comes down to this. This program is the perfect expression of our mission. We prepare our students for the future, and by doing that, we power our community. So this leaves us with one final and really exciting question to think about. We're not just launching a degree here. We're developing the next generation of leaders and innovators. So the real question is, how will our graduates go on to shape and transform our Valley's most vital industry? I, for one, can't wait to find out. Thank you.
Okay, so the PowerPoint that follows is very similar. So it goes into just a little bit of that there was the workforce gap that shows economic mobility for the students. We have strong student demand and that the institution is ready to do this work. Again, this is kind of showing the jobs that there's 201. And actually the Center of Excellence was very small in what they were looking at. They wouldn't look outside of Riverside County. They were looking at kind of a small area. So I think the gap could even be larger than this if you look at it. But the big point of the bachelor's degree is you have to show very regional needs. So we were strong in the region. I think it's even stronger if you look outside of that. And showing that, so part of the problem with this is there aren't a lot of people with a bachelor's degree in this. So a lot of the jobs aren't requiring it because they don't have them, but a lot were preferred. So I think showing this once the students with the bachelor's degree out there, I think that need to have the bachelor's degree for these roles will even increase. And again, and what I kind of like about this is for very entry-level jobs. So it's even showing that with a bachelor's degree, you're going to make more at the entry level, but there's also a lot more room for economic mobility once you get in the door, because now with a bachelor's degree, you'll be able to move up further within the company. The student interest was really fun too, because we didn't do a huge survey. We just kind of created a survey. The faculty shared it with students they already have. We did ask them if they knew people too, because we're thinking this might be also incumbent workers, people that are already working within the industry, but they need the bachelor's degree to move up. So we asked them if they knew people that, maybe were working in it and would be interested. And it was actually really high. And what they pointed out is the higher earning potential, the ability to earn a living wage, a thriving wage locally. And I think that is a big point, is that, a lot of our students do want to stay in the Valley. And so we have to give them those pathways that they can earn a living wage here. And so this is just kind of the description of the program and the core program outcomes. This is like kind of generic right now because we actually won't write the curriculum and do the curriculum approvals and everything until we get accepted. So this is just kind of a very broad overview of what the program would look like. We did have to propose the coursework. And so this program is building off of our already associate degrees for transfer. So this is just the upper 2 degree years of education. So realistically what it is it aligns really well with our associate degree for transfer in hospitality, but it's also going to align well with the business management and maybe accounting. So we're looking at ways where students with several different associate degrees for transfer or associate degrees could maybe just miss a class here or there, and they could take those classes and still enter into this program. For our general education, we are having there is a quantitative analysis class that's kind of part of the core curriculum, and that one counts as general education. And then there's an ethnic studies class that's focused on like tribal governance and everything actually within the Coachella Valley. And then there's a psychology class on the psychology of gambling and addiction. But I think what I really like, I came from the CTE side too, but I really like what Yolanda and her group has written into this. I really like that they have experiential learning written right in there. They have a senior capstone seminar, and it's working with the local industry and tribal partnerships, because what that means is the students already have the connections and the skills to get employed right when they are done with the program. And so just really this solves that documented workforce crisis that we have. We created this rigorous industry aligned curriculum that has hands-on experiential learning. It's going to provide this clear path of economic mobility for our graduates to live here and earn a living wage. And it's built on, and like, I feel like my presentation doesn't create enough on how much the faculty have done for this. They did so much work on this, but they have really looked on this. They've worked with the industry partners, making sure that this coursework is really building students with the skills that they need to work in this, and that we are well set for this. We've been working with it, admissions and records. We know we have a lot of work to do once they say yes, but we're there, and we're all on board to do it.
And just to kind of build off of what VP Cowden was saying, we went into hyperdrive, I think, in August. And so Yolanda Bender and Dr. Stegman have just been doing a ton of work from the faculty side of it and working with their other faculty. And so just super kudos to them. They've been doing a lot of work on this. I know they were doing it last year and then took a pause with it, but they really picked it up and just have been, like I said, going into hyperdrive with it. So we really appreciate their efforts.
And so, yeah, that's it. But where we're at right now is the application's due January 15th. We're ready. All our forms are done. Everything's ready. We're in our very last review. We got the 4 check marks from the Center of Excellence, which is what we were a little worried about because they were narrowing that scope down so small. We were afraid it wouldn't show any jobs. But we worked with them and kind of got them to look a little bit broader, and it really showed the need in all of the area. It showed the income growth. It showed that employers needed students with bachelor's degree. So we got that one checked off. We got the regional approval from our regional consortium. And then, and we've got all the forms done. It's ready to submit. The only thing maybe now is that the CSU system still has a really big say in us saying that we're stepping on their toes. The only program that's very similar is at San Diego. And actually ours aligns much better with the program they have that's through their continuing education, which is out of the range of our students. That's very expensive. And so I don't think they'll have a strong argument, but we're there. We're submitting a strong application, and we're going to get approval. So and then next year's going to be a very quick getting all the curriculum through and preparing.
Okay.
Yes.
Have done this. I know how hard it has been as a professor of the university for over 15 years. Developing the curriculum at the university level is so critical. I just have 3 concerns in regards as a university professor. The prerequisite, nice music. I love the Charlie Brown, love it. I love it. That's nice, but the ease for the students to come from the associate arts, this pathway. I just want us to have a nice prerequisite, because a lot of times this, just like when we first started many years ago with the nursing program, we didn't have the capacity to admit all the nursing students, and now we do. That's going to be my concern, is our COD with the associate, the prerequisite. I hope they're not eliminating barriers. There's hardly any barriers for them to kind of ease on in. That's my concern.
That is the goal. That is definitely the goal, is to have a smooth transition. That's with the ADT. That's the seamless pathway. That's the goal with the statewide with all of these bachelor's degree programs. That's the intent.
And then something that I did not see, or maybe in regards to many of our Coachella Valley students have work 2 jobs. What is it under that they're going to get work? I would love to always get work credits. How are they, with that? That's so critical, because I'm working 2 jobs. I know when I was going to UC Berkeley, go Bears, I was working. I want to know, a lot of them are working, and can they get that academic credit as they're getting their bachelor's? Thank you.
They can actually have it on both sides of the house.
Okay.
So through the ADT with our credit for prior learning.
Mhm.
So as they're going through the first 2 years process, we can definitely take a look at those credits to see where they can get credit for what they've already accomplished. And then the last end of it, the experiential learning component, that's where they're going to get that hands-on experience piece of it. And so they're going to get exposure both in the first 2 years and in their last 2 years.
And then the third question is, I would love to see this as a pathway for the K through 12. Let's start them young, from cradle to career. I want to see this and how we're going to partner, Val, with the K through 12s, having an academy, just like we have a health academy at our high schools, or it would be wonderful to start that academy at our local K through 12s.
And that's the great part with the first 2 years being already some of these courses integrated through dual and concurrent enrollment. Again, it can be part of that seamless transition. So maybe if they're getting their associate's degree in high school, then maybe they can transition right in and get those bachelor's degrees earlier.
And it aligns with a lot of the hospitality academies that are already going. So
So we would
Yeah, so we'll be working with them and also
very
that Palm
excited.
Springs has like the Native American studies already in. So we're really looking at kind of integrating some of that work, the hospitality and business management. So it really can align with quite a few of the academies we already work with at the high schools.
And then the last question, the cost. Maybe this is a valid question. I don't know if it's your question.
The cost is set by the state, and so it's the same for all of the California community colleges. And so that's where the key component of affordability comes into play. And so we're working with the faculty to see where as many courses as possible can be part of the ZTC and OER, so we can continue to keep those barriers down.
But is it going to be part of our pledge for all? That's what I would like to know. We're going to be rolling out.
Yeah, I will look that way.
Don't look that way. Because this is a wonderful, or have we have
We
been,
have not entertained that discussion yet, but we would definitely consider it as we move forward. We are committing to the 2 years, right, by 2030, and this would be a 4 year, so it'd be another leap. So maybe that's in a future stage.
okay. Thank you. for
Madam
answering.
Chairman,
Appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
I want to stand up and clap.
Yes.
So I'd like to say to Vice President Cowden and Jessica, Dr. Enders, and I need to say Dr. Adkins and President Garcia, the Palm Springs campus, you're getting right to the heart of it. It's not just this program, it's innovation. And I know you put things in as regional, but this is statewide and national model. And that's what we were thriving for. And this may be, we have to sometimes fit in boxes, but sometimes there's certificate programs, there are other types of programs when people already have baccalaureate degrees. People always get concerned about the number of students and whether it will cash flow. These programs draw business and they draw cash to your institution. So I'm thrilled about what I see. I see this as one of many as we move into AI and other areas. And I'm so happy that the team understands and are committed to the vision of what that campus is about, because it's supposed to be a campus that's not like any place else. And this program demonstrates that team's commitment, and I'm just thrilled with what you put together here. So thank you.
Mr. Chair. So, I have a couple of questions, observations, whatever you want to say. In your slideshow, you showed the income for somebody with a bachelor's degree very closely aligned to an associate's degree. How are you proposing to overcome that when people review this and say, okay, why should we do this? Because they can get an associate's at your college and almost earn the same amount of money.
I think part of that, the problem is there aren't very many people with bachelor's degrees, so they're hiring people at the entry level with a bachelor's degree. So realistically, that's probably still where the bachelor's degree people are going to start. But they have that mobility to move up into higher positions. And that's part of the problem with how I think the Center of Excellence looks at that. They only look at that entry level salary. And so entry level, they're only making a small percentage more. But they have that room to grow up. And our industry partners are really telling us they're hiring from without the area to bring people in to do the higher level management, that people that with the associate's degree that are local maybe aren't eligible to do those different programs. But right now, because they can't find people, not all of those jobs showed that you had to have a bachelor's degree to earn the higher earnings. And so it's just a little bit we're a little bit early. Like there isn't that marketplace not the marketplace, but there isn't the pipeline of employees for that. So they really aren't paying a lot more for that right now because they aren't there. And so it really looks like from working closely with our industry partners, they will make more once they get in and get their foot in the door. And that's why we're thinking the incumbent workers are going to be really strong for this too, because the people that are already working in there but need the bachelor's degree to move up within the industry.
Okay, you mentioned, and I understand this is like a regional application and it has to be focused on the region. What are your thoughts about it, as Trustee Kinnaman said, expanding the marketing of it? West Coast, California, and how big is that market and how would you market that?
Our faculty have a lot of grand ideas for where and how they would like this program to be expanded for the future. Unfortunately, for the application purposes, it has to be very restrictive, but as Trustee Kinnaman said, that is not the intent once it is in place at the actual site. Because if you think about where and how we hope to have this program be served, like with our international program and things we're thinking about with our culinary program, how we anticipate our partnership and community education programming and the possibilities there, contract education. It lends itself to so much more than what it is currently. And so that's where that dreaming big and the innovation can occur. But for the purposes of the application process, we have to be in the box and think about it from that perspective. But the possibilities are really endless once we get there. We just have to follow the process for now. And then once in place, we can really see it flourish for what it is and what it can be. But we're really hopeful for what the future opportunities hold.
They even see a large international because as a lot of other countries are really starting to bring in gaming, they're really looking for this. And we already have a strong tie with like Japan and things, and those areas are already looking at this education. So I think we do even have a strong international.
And to piggyback off your question about the wage earnings, that's where that also came into place with Center of Excellence. They said the threshold is much more for earnings when you look at those things in different positions that it can bring for folks that maybe want to go out of the area. Again, our focus looking at, I think when we did our previous bond, 80% of our students return or live and come back to work in the area. But that doesn't mean we can't educate our students to want to go out for a while and then come back. And so that earning potential does increase to go out elsewhere. But the focus being regionally effort, what can we do now? And so what does that data look like for now? It doesn't mean in the future it won't change, but their earning potential outside of the valley could be enormous once they have that piece of paper.
Thank you. You mentioned San Diego has what they think is a similar program. We're concocting ours or building ours differently. I totally believe and understand that. Are there other programs around the US that we've looked at that we can contrast, compare, or learn from? And are there any that pop out that just say, wow, these guys are on the ball?
UNLV is the program that the faculty really looked at closely. They have a strong program. And so that is the one we modeled, but made it our own. And so that is the one we followed the closest. I'm not sure if there's others.
How long's that program at UNLV been in place?
And no more than a decade.
More than a decade.
It's, I can speak to that a little. I know our team visited UNLV and then they sent their people here to look at what we were doing, and they got very excited about doing potentially a collaboration with COD. And I'm sure it sounds like that continued, that dialogue continued. And so I think there's some good partners. I did spend about 3 hours with somebody yesterday that was working on a project for COD outside of our circle. Well, it was Terry O'Banion and Don Burrs. And they were, this particular campus, they were working with the Gates Foundation to identify the funding for this type of programming at a college, because they want us to do education a little bit different than we've done things in the past. And so, again, I think these models are going to just blow us away as they unfold.
Mr. Chair, if I could kind of piggyback off Trustee Meyer's comment or question. One of the best aspects of this program that I've seen is our integration of our Native American studies and our ethnic studies and our partnership with the local tribes. I think it's imperative that we emphasize that as we move forward with our application to highlight that, because that is where the difference really is. Because we're talking about casinos with a kind of twist or a focus, you could say, on tribal gaming, but tribal governance as well, which is very unique and very different than what you may see in traditional, or in UNLV's case, a casino management program. And so our market is casino management, but more targeted to tribal gaming, tribal governance, and then maybe a bigger branch with the rest of gaming that goes on, like you might see at Vegas. So again, we're hoping that it's very unique. We're hoping the CSU understands that and allows us to move forward.
So in our application, did we mention the word tribal?
Yes, yes. Yeah, it talks about that. And we have 21 letters
Initially.
of support, which include most of the tribal groups in the area. We've been working closely with them. Yes.
All right. Are there any others? I would like to say, I can feel your energy as you talk about this program. You put so much time and energy into it, and I'm beyond words. Thank you so much. Just so many outstanding components of this program. Um, It says the student who starts with this knows where they're going. The pathway is laid out. They know the outcomes. They know the courses. This is exactly what we're talking about in the guided pathways. I'm thrilled, absolutely thrilled. And I thank you and all of those who have participated. You're just and the opportunities, I think, are limitless. I mean, we have our CVB, which all the cities here in the Coachella Valley contribute to. There's advertising there to the world, literally. So I just think that there are just so many opportunities that are there for us. And it addresses the motivation. You know, I know what I'm going to get, and I know that I can pick up and go elsewhere, and it may even be more valuable than it is here locally. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. And I love the fact that it's from us. We mined this from the resources within our own community. So we'll continue to do so. Thank you so very much.
Chairman, I have just a kudos. I just want the public to know that I'm sorry, Trustee Kinnaman, and when I was with the college, this has been going on for over 10 to 15 years. This just didn't appear. So I just want to thank you. The community has been involved, and I just want to be on record that the College of the Desert really want to thank Dr. Kinnaman and the former board. We were on that board back then. That it just didn't just happen overnight. And all the people, the community that were part of this, now we're seeing the culmination. And I want to thank those pioneers that helped. Thank
The
you.
difficulty is how to do it and figure it out. And so you guys did that.
You
part.
guys did that.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are a lot more ideas out there in the community that we are continuing to develop. So this is good stuff for us. And thank you, Trustee Kinnaman, as well. All right. At this time, we will take a break for lunch and we will return after. Oh, it's a closed session. We'll break into closed session. Woo!
You're recessing to closed session, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
we are recessing to closed session. We'll call this meeting back to order. At 1:17. The board, by a majority vote of board members 4 voting in favor, took action to approve a settlement agreement in the matter of Riverside County Superior Court number CVPS 2405396. The settlement provides for a release of all claims and a dismissal of the case with prejudice. A copy of the agreement is available upon request. Moving on in the agenda to item 20.02, Equal Employment Opportunity Workforce Data 2022 through 2023 through 2024 through 2025. President Martinez Garcia.
Yes,
You're
I'd like
up.
to call on Vice President Terry Wilson to introduce the presenters today.
All right, presenting our annual Equal Employment Opportunity Workforce Data is Dr. Carrie Tate Meyer, the district's EEO Diversity Title IX and Compliance Officer, and Felicia Frausto, Acting Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Falcon, President Martinez Garcia, Executive Cabinet, members of the College of the Deserts community, and members of the public. We appreciate this opportunity to provide the district's equal employment opportunity workforce data to you. My name is Dr. Carrie Tate Meyer, EEO Diversity Title IX Compliance Officer, and with me is the Acting Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations, Felicia Frausto. The information that will be provided will assist the district in identifying strategies that will help mitigate the adverse impact of underrepresented groups. We will be presenting the 24-25 applicant data workforce data, which will include full-time and part-time faculty, classified professionals, and the management group. This presentation will include data from 2022 to 2025 and will compare the current employee demographics to the student demographics. Lastly, we will discuss some of our current and ongoing and future initiatives. So why the focus on race, ethnicity, and gender? Title V requires a comprehensive, systematic review of the district's Equal Employment Opportunity EEO plan, which must include a detailed analysis of the district's workforce composition. The review ensures compliance with critical provisions of the California Education Code and Government Code, including Education Code 87100. This specific section requires all community colleges to implement and uphold a policy of equal employment opportunity and explicitly prohibits both discrimination and preferential treatment based on any protected class, including race, ethnicity, and gender. Focusing on race and gender is essential to ensure that policies are not only compliant with these regulations, but also promote diversity, equity, and inclusion across the workforce. The district does have some data limitations for applicants and employees, which include the following: self-reporting, which could lead to potential misreporting or incomplete data, either intentionally or unintentionally. Missing data. Some applicants choose not to disclose their demographic information. And inconsistencies. Applicants and employers may report the demographic information differently on various forms or during different parts of the process. So let's take a look at our gender and race ethnicity for the following job categories. On the left, there are 7 EEO job categories identified. Each one of the positions at the district fall under one of these categories. What does that look like for College of the Desert? For faculty, there are a total of 638, which include part-time and full-time faculty. There are a total of 294 classified staff, which includes secretarial, clerical, technical paraprofessional, skilled crafts, service maintenance, and professional non-faculty. Our management team currently has 59 team members, which includes educational and classified administrators.
Now we will review the 2024-2025 applicant data for all applicants and by each classification, all applicants, full-time faculty, part-time faculty, classified, and management. The data is from the district's past application tracking system, People Admin. The data will be broken down by each stage of the hiring process by gender and then race and ethnicity. For applicants, we received a total of 2,128 applications, of which 996 identify as female, 1,040 identify as male, 13 identify as non-binary. Non-binary is an individual who does not identify as male or female, and 79 applicants that selected undisclosed. As we continue through this hiring process, we had 879 qualified applicants. This references individuals who met the minimum qualifications as established in the job descriptions and the Chancellor's Minimum Qualifications Handbook. All the applications are screened by the Office of Human Resources. First level interviews are conducted for 481 applicants and hired 146 candidates, of which 84 identify as male, 54 identify as female, 1 identifies non-binary, and 7 identify as non-disclosed. As we look at race and ethnicity for 2,128 applicants, we broke it down through each stage of the hiring process, with 700 applicants identify as white, 519 identify as 2 or more, 128 identify as undisclosed, 68 identify as American Indian, Alaska Native, 127 identify as Asian, 144 identify as Black African American, 424 identify as Hispanic Latino, and 18 identify as Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. We hired 146 candidates, of which 55 identify as white, and total of 71 candidates identifying in a historically ethnic and racial underrepresented group, with the large majority identifying as 2 or more races with 39, followed by Hispanic Latino at 27, and 11 Black African American, and 9 undisclosed. Now we will take it down a step further. Of the 76 full-time faculty applications, 49 were screened qualified. First level interviews were conducted for 27 candidates, and 4 candidates were hired, of which 1 identify as female and 3 identify as male. When we look at race and ethnicity for full-time faculty, 21 identify as white, whereas 49 identify within the racial and ethnic underrepresented groups, with 6 being undisclosed. As we work through the hiring process, 4 full-time faculty were hired, of which 1 identify as white and 2 other candidates identify as racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. As the district continues to analyze this data in collaboration with the Diversity Committee, the committee will assess the screening criteria to ensure it does not disproportionately impact underrepresented groups. For our part-time faculty, we received 808 applications, 346 were screen qualified. First level interviews were conducted for 257 candidates, and 104 candidates were hired. For the total gender for male is 64, 33 for female, and 6 undisclosed. When we look at the part-time faculty applications for race and ethnicity, 380 identify as white, whereas 362 identify within the racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. Of those, as we work through the hiring process, 45 identify as white, and 53 other candidates identify as other racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups, with the majority of 27 as 2 or more. When we look at the 920 classified applicants, 353 identify as male, and 537 identify as female, with 26 undisclosed and 4 non-binary. We screened 643 qualified applicants. First level interviews were conducted for 130 candidates and hired 18 females and 12 males, 1 undisclosed, for a total of 31. Our classified race and ethnicity applicants comprised of 267 Hispanic Latino, 8 Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, 173 white, 302 or more, 32 undisclosed, 37 American Indian Alaskan Native, 68 Asian, and 28 Black African American. Of those worked through the hiring system, 12 were Hispanic Latino, 12 candidates identify as other racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups, with 5 identify as white. As we look at 324 applicants for management, 183 identify as male, 127 identify as female, 11 undisclosed, 3 non-binary, 236 applicants met qualifications. First level interviews were conducted for 67 candidates, and 7 candidates were hired, 5 males, 2 females. When we look at race and ethnicity for management, applications received for race and ethnicity, 126 identify as white, 51 identify as 2 or more, 22 undisclosed, 9 American Indian, 21 Asian, 49 Black African American, and 44 Hispanic Latino, and hired 7 candidates, of which 4 identify as white, and 3 other candidates identify as racial ethnic underrepresented groups.
The next slides, we will focus on the district's workforce compared to a snapshot of the student demographics. Let's start by comparing the overall employee demographics to the student demographics. For consistency, the student demographics will remain the same throughout the following slides. The data was obtained from the California Community College Chancellor's Office, DataMart. Over the past 3 years, from 22-23 to 24-25, the district's seen a slight shift in the representation of underrepresented groups. Notably, the percentage of employees identified as Hispanic Latino has increased from 40% to 42% over 3 years. There was a 1% increase as the representation of employees identify as 2 or more, and Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander. However, representation of employees identified as Asian decreased in 24-25 from 5% to 4%. Next, let's review the full-time faculty data. From 22-23 to 24-25, there was a 1% increase in faculty members identified as Hispanic. The number of faculty identifying as white also increased by 1%. However, there was a 1% decrease in the representation of faculty identified as Black African American, 2 or more, and Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander. As you can see, the demographics of the full-time faculty member has remained consistent over the last 3 years. For part-time faculty, the district saw an increase in representation across most underrepresented groups. The percentage of the employees identifying as multiracial, 2 or more races, rose from 1% in 23-24 and then stayed consistent in 24-25. We see an increase of 2% of employees identifying as Asian from 22-23 to 24-25. However, we saw a 1% decrease from 4% to 3% for those who identify as Black African American from 23-24 to 24-25. American Indian Alaska Native remains steady at 1% over the 3 years. Hispanic Latino representation increased from 27% in 22-23 to 31% in 24-25. There we go. Next, we will look at our classified professionals, a group that closely mirrors the student population. Within this group, there was a 1% increase from 22-23 to 24-25 in the representation of individuals who identify as Hispanic Latino. There was a 1% increase from 22-23 to 23-24 for individuals that identify as Black, African American. There was a decrease in employees that identify as white, decreasing from 29% in 22-23 to 27% in 24-25. While the classified professional group is the most representative of the student demographics, it is important to note that this doesn't necessarily reflect a diverse workforce. There is still a need to further diversify this classification. For our management group, there was an overall increase of 2% from 22-23 to 24-25 in the number of employees who identify as Black African American. And individuals that identify Hispanic Latino increased 5% from 22-23 to 24-25. We did see a decrease in those that identify as Asian, 7% in 22-23 to 1% in 24-25. While the district is moving in the right direction, there is still much work to be done. So let's talk about our current and ongoing future initiatives. And this includes the district continues to implement processes for our new applicant tracking system, NeoEd, part of the NeoGov platform. With this transition from People Admin to NeoEd, we have seen an increase in our applications to the district. As of December 5th, 2025, we had over 4,031 applications in the system compared to last year, which is 2,128. That's an 89.45% increase, and we're only 6 months in the year. We expect to see double, possible triple of these numbers with the upcoming recruitments on the horizon by July 1st, 2026. This is exciting news. The equal employment opportunity plans and goals will be updated for the 26-29. Since 2024-25, the district has implemented the supplemental diversity questions in the application process as promised. Human Resources, along with a few administrators, will be attending the CCC Registered Job Fair in Los Angeles on January 31st, 2026. The district plans to hold the second annual adjunct hiring event this spring. The Diversity Committee has been developing a recommendation focused on accessibility, development, and training. This initiative aims to enhance organizational awareness, approve accessibility practices, provide targeted training. By addressing both the development of accessible systems and the training necessary to implement them, the committee seeks to create lasting positive change that benefits individuals of all abilities, ultimately promoting greater equity and participation across our organization. Thank you. Any questions?
Trustees, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm impressed by your analysis of the numbers, but more importantly was that last slide. How do we change this to our goals? And it's good to see bullet point action items that look to be new and different things to keep accelerating our accomplishments.
Well,
Thank you.
I think, for me and I'm going to turn it over to her.
So our initiatives that are current, that you saw on that last slide are tied to our diversity goals. So for example, the adjunct hiring fair that we'll have, last year it was one of the most diverse hiring events that we had. That's going to contribute to our diversity in the way that we handle the adjunct hiring fair. But also the EEO plan. So as we revise the EEO plan, we have to have new goals for the chancellor's office that are embedded in that plan. So we're working with the diversity committee to update those goals. It can range anywhere from, obviously having a more diverse a diverse applicant pool, but also EEO training, unbiased training, and it can be a wide range of things that the chancellor's office has set for us. I'm trying to think what else was on that slide. Let me see if I can really quick. And I know I'm going to talk about the applications and how that's going to help us, because if you heard correctly, we had an 89% increase in applications, and we're only halfway through the year. So it's been a big improvement in our candidate and applicant pool in general, which should allow us to have a wide range of applicants from different backgrounds and demographics, which will help diversify our staff.
No, I just want to say that was a very comprehensive presentation. A lot of information in there to digest, but looking at the trends, we can see that you are moving towards goals. And Vice President Wilson, excuse me, I appreciate your explanation on how you see that moving as we go forward.
Thank you for the report. And this is my third one. And frankly, I'm expecting more and better. I'm not surprised that we have an increase in the numbers. I personally, when the announcements come out, send them to Black organizations and people of influence that I know in the community. And I've heard from not just organizations, but individuals who have applied. But some people have no idea what it's like to be evaluated by a group of people, and there's no one in that group that you can identify with. I mean, that's a real challenge. I'd like to see that change more. I'm appreciative for the changes that we are experiencing. But obviously there's a breakdown. And I talked about the interview component specifically because the applicants, I think we're doing okay. But once we get to that interview, there's a significant breakdown. So I'm wondering, are there additional resources that we can use outside of, and I don't even know if this is possible, outside of campus people, or can we utilize people from other campuses to participate?
To participate on an
An interview process.
an interview panel, or just the process? Because the panel is AP 70, our administrative procedure guides who's on that panel internally.
Okay, so the actual panel has to be limited. Then how are we going to make the kind of changes when that remains the same?
If I'm understanding correctly, are you talking about the diversity of the panels that we are selecting?
Yes.
So I'm happy to report that Dr. Carrie Tate Meyer has just started with us. So as we're looking at committees, we are looking at the makeup of that committee to ensure that it's diverse.
Okay. If a person is trans and they come and they apply for a position, do they apply as a trans man or a trans woman?
That is up to what they would like to select.
So what they would like to say. All right. Because I'm asking that based upon your calculations. Or how would you include, and especially if they don't say? Because you don't have an area where unspecified.
On the application, there is a place where they cannot disclose, but if they identify as male or female, they can identify in those
But if they
categories.
can identify, and there's no qualification for that.
No.
Okay. For the person who's non-binary, they could fall in any category then. Or can they actually apply or in several categories?
Non-binary is one single category in itself.
All right. I understand the box, but don't know what, I'm trying to figure out the person who is doing that, if that's how they see themselves, in that box or in multiple boxes. I still think that there are community resources that we need to utilize. And, identifying yourself isn't just about race. That's important for sure, but it might be a person who is LGBTQ or trans or non-binary. I think those kinds of, and people can feel, whether or not they're being scrutinized or if they're truly in an environment that's accepting them, which may determine how they participate in the interview itself. So just some concerns I have about the environments that we create when we're evaluating the effectiveness of these people participating in our arena, and that we don't limit ourselves. And hopefully that we don't see limitations in people. All right. Yes.
I just want to look at that data again. If I bring up the slide, 75% of the student population, am I correct, are Hispanic? Is that correct? That's how I saw the graph.
Yeah.
And I see, and I just want to, I love the movement of the Hispanic in the classified. That's wonderful. And I'm excited, but I would love to see more in other categories. I saw that when we look at classified, is that those are not just our groundskeeper and our secretaries, are they management? I want to look at the management one with Hispanics. There was the one with the management.
Oh, man, okay.
Management, and then classified, we're at 66%, and in management, we are in 38%, and we have grown. And I have to say, if you're not in an even playing field, having worked here at the college, seeing more diversity. I'm a student, I'm a first gen. I'm the first one to go to college, and I don't see someone that looks like me, which I was a first gen. And when I went to Berkeley, I was the only one we were only 1% of the population. I have to concur with Chairman Odin that you want to have there's outside community resources that can help someone navigate and to feel comfortable when I apply for a management position. Because it's wonderful to be the secretary and to be the groundskeeper, but I would love to see more management here at the college. And we're doing beautiful strides, and I'm excited about the report. But if I'm seeing 75% are Hispanic, and we are an HSI, Val, institution, it just, to me, we have resources. And I think Ron was saying for our African American or Latino or transgender, just utilizing other organizations that can help us as consultants in our, when we recruit. Because I remember when I first went to school, it was hard. It's not seeing people that look like you and to navigate and to mentor. And I can just imagine nowadays. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate both comments from the trustees. I think both of you are really shedding light on an issue that the academy, when I say the academy, I'm speaking about higher education in general, have struggled with. Specifically in California, when you're seeing a number like 75% of students at this college across the state are actually the reflective of that. There's 75% of our students in the community college ranks are Latino. But when you go into administration, that's 1% or 2%. And if you go into faculty, it's 5 or 6. So we're talking about a systematic issue. You're talking large scale of change that needs to happen. I'm a sociologist by nature, right? So the strata of our society is such that limits exposure to higher education opportunities in faculty, let alone in administration, let alone a president. So these are things that I think we struggle with as a system. I do know and I appreciate all the efforts of our team to try to address those through NeoEd by trying to redact some things through the application process, trying to put us on a level playing field. And I know the Senate is very much interested in creating diverse pools, or I wouldn't call them pools, diverse representatives onto those hiring committees. So the efforts are there, but I agree with you also. What needs to be done is we need to think outside the box.
Yes.
And I think we've all thought about it, we've talked about it, but now we really start to kind of put our money where our mouth is. What does that look like when we talk about thinking out of the box to enhance opportunities? Almost like a pre-workshops of what it takes to have a competitive application in the pool of higher education, whether you're going to be a first-time faculty or administrator. I know there's a lot of mentoring that goes on through different organizations, Haku or Colegas, or, or some of the Black student success movements across the state, we could tap into all of those, but we do need to start thinking outside the box because you're looking at a microcosm of what goes on in our state.
Yeah.
And I think you're all right. It's something that we need to be aware of and continue to address.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Trustee Meyer.
two observations here. One, are we measuring the move ups, the promotions by ethnicity or other factors? Somebody comes in at a certain level and works hard, gains certification, whatever, and moves up a level or two or three. How is that tracking, or by gender or ethnicity? The other thing is, how does our demographics compare to our peers across the state? Are we looking good? Are they moving faster towards something that we're not? And how does that match? I didn't see that here.
I don't want to make anything up, but so I can try to find out that information. But to address your previous question about the tracking of promotions, we have not, but that is a good idea. And I believe with our new applicant tracking system and the analytics are just so much better on NeoEd that we can begin tracking that information internally. I mean, I think we probably can figure some of it out because we're moving people and doing offer letters and things like that. But I like that suggestion of tracking because I'm an individual that has progressed throughout my career here at College of the Desert too. So, yeah.
Chairman, based on that, what Trustee Meyer said, I also want to reintroduce that PhD program. I hope comes back to our college where have we tracked that data? The faculty that did and staff that got the PhD program, did we ever track them here at our college?
Track if they
Data.
succeed, if
Yeah.
they completed.
No, the ethnicity making sure.
Oh, no, I don't believe so. I'm looking at Dr. Kinnaman, but I don't believe we
I don't know if we
did.
did so because it was a different entity that was actually
Yeah.
awarding the degree. However, with that said, it's interesting you bring that up. And if I may,
Yeah.
Chair, I have had discussions with Dean Salvera that I'd like to bring those two cohorts back
Absolutely.
to do a review of where they're at, what they could have done, and even some of those who did not finish their degree, looking across over here.
Are we,
Maybe how do we help them complete? And I'm looking at myself too. I wasn't the cohort, but I'm an ABD as well.
yeah.
But I think it's important that we dive back into that space because we did talk about why we did it originally. And the idea was to build institutional capacity, but also statewide capacity and diversify and move our employees into other positions. So yes, we're going to have those conversations. I already talked, like I said, spoken to Dean Silvera about bringing those cohorts together.
So making sure that when we could do internal trainings, President Bell, so we can start creating movement within or having something as a mentoring program from an administrator to another person who wants to be an administrator. So having mentoring circles throughout the administration, through the classified, and also through the different cohorts. We could have that internally, and it would be wonderful to maybe through a program. Mentoring is so key for everyone. I've been mentored, and I'm sure all of us, you don't forget your mentors that can help you in your career and your capacity in building that. So starting something like that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Any other questions, observations?
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I know that there's might be like a legal component, but just how there's, the advisory vote for the student trustee. I'm wondering if the student senate can bring in, a different perspective as an advisory for the panel of the hiring. And I know that there's certain things that we are privy to learning and all that, but just, I believe that the student senate is very diverse, and as far as, the minority that we represent that very well. And just bringing that, advisory recommendation to the panel.
I think that's an incredible recommendation that at least warrants discussion. I just like to say, I've been on this campus for over 30 years. I remember a time when there was a student who couldn't find anyone who spoke Spanish. They had to brought a gardener to translate who didn't really know how to provide answers. So I'm thankful for the things that you're doing and the recommendations that you're making. Just a little frustrating for me to see so much progress, and yet it's just not enough. I'm longing for a day to see more, but that doesn't mean you're not doing a good job, nor does it mean that I don't appreciate the work that you're doing, because I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we move to public comments. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by email to OTP@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the board record, or by using the raise your hand function on joining Zoom on the Zoom link. Pursuant to the District Administration Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotted for public speakers on any one issue or subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of public comment section. At this time, do we have any public comment?
Trustee Oden, we've received one public comment via email, and it's been posted on the board agenda. We also have some individuals in the boardroom who wish to speak. And the first of those is student Kelly Dominguez.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Trustees, President Martinez Garcia, Executive Cabinet, faculty, staff, and members of the public, in person and virtually. My name is Kelly Dominguez. I'm a first-generation, non-traditional, passionate student here at COD. Decided to come back 2 years ago. I was living a lifestyle that was very wrong, but through help and making the necessary changes in my life, it led me back here to COD. This was not an option for me back then because I didn't think it was valuable. And I was wrong. Standing here before all of you today is a testament to those life changes that I've made in my life. I'm here today to express my gratitude to all of you. As a student, first of all, learned so much in these last 2 years, especially in this last semester, current semester. I want to shout out Dean Maldonado for helping me unlock one of the biggest struggles in my life. Unlocking my voice, being able to share my vulnerability with others. It's been an honor, and I thank you. Really do. And I thank all of you too for being here today, because I've really learned that showing up is probably one of the hardest things to do in life. But we're here, and we're doing what we can to the best of our abilities. And I see it. I also want to thank all the families for their sacrifices. To my mom and dad for migrating to this country. I'm also a first-generation Mexican American. I'm proud to say that. And being here in this campus has opened up so many opportunities. I developed the skills that I couldn't develop back then. Well, that was because of the choices I made. But I stand here before you as a proud road runner. And this semester's been the most memorable one I've ever had here at COD. Born and raised in this community. Love everything that COD offers. I know sometimes things are not easy, but I see the work that you guys are doing. I see it. From one person to another, thank you. Happy holidays. Spend time with your loved ones, your family. Continue to take care of yourself. Have a happy New Year's. Looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Our next speaker is faculty member Adam Gill.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, President Martinez Garcia, trustees, vice presidents. It's my pleasure to finally attend a board meeting in person. Usually I'm teaching on Fridays and unable to attend during the regular semester. And I want to thank you for taking the time to hear our faculty concerns. I'd like to shine light on a significant inequity that's been plaguing College of the Desert quietly in the shadows for far too long. Within the science department, there's an unofficial practice of assigning stacked courses wherein multiple sections of a course are scheduled in the same room at the same time, but only compensated as a single section. This is similar to a university teaching model where courses can balloon to hundreds of students in size. But College of the Desert is not a university. We're a small community college. We pride ourselves on quality instruction, higher faculty to student contact, and equity for both students and faculty. This practice of stacked sections is problematic for a multitude of reasons. Community colleges do not have teaching assistants, graders, in the same way that universities do. Faculty at COD do all of their own assessments, all of their own grading, office hours, review sessions, and direct student contact. The majority of our workload is not simply the hours we spend in the classroom, but the many hours we spend outside of the classroom. And the number of students in a course directly impacts our workload. This is why course maximums are established and maintained through the Academic Senate and the Curriculum Committee. College of the Desert Faculty Association considers the practice of stacked courses a direct violation of our collective bargaining agreement for the following reasons. The practice was never negotiated, but it constitutes a significant change in working conditions. The practice undermines the Academic Senate purview over course maximums. The practice is executed in a discriminatory and inequitable manner. Only certain faculty are forced to teach stacked sections. Practice is being unilaterally forced onto faculty by the dean of the Math and Science Department without consultation as a way to inflate efficiency numbers. The practice is also used as a way the district to covertly violate the 67% law in terms of our adjunct members. And the practice is blatant wage theft. In 1895, the California Teachers Association successfully passed the first ever class size reduction law. 130 years later, we find ourselves having to fight the same battle still. We thank you for hearing our concerns, and we hope that we can come to a mutually agreeable solution to this grievance without further escalation. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
The third member speaking is faculty member Jorge Perez.
I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Giuseppe Vizzoli. As my colleague, Professor Gill, mentioned in his comments, I would like to shed light on the significant inequity that has quietly persisted at College of the Desert for far too long. Within the science department, there is an unofficial practice of assigning stacked courses in which multiple sections of a course are scheduled in the same room at the same time, yet treated as a single section for compensation purposes. This is like university teaching model where lecture sizes can inflate hundreds of students. College of the Desert is not a university. We are a community college that prides itself on quality instruction, higher faculty to student contact, and equity for both students and faculty. I currently teach pre-nursing courses, including human anatomy and physiology 1 and 2, Pre-nursing courses require sustained focus, careful preparation, and meaningful interaction with students. Pre-nursing labs and skills-based courses like many in science demand precise preparation and safety oversight. Limited transition time increases the risk of rushed instruction and reduces students' opportunities to process complex material fully. At the same time, pre-nursing students face intense academic pressure and strict progression requirements. Faculty need the capability to identify struggling students early and provide timely feedback and remediation. Stacked courses compress grading and assessment time, making them ideal for courses where accuracy and consistency are essential. Over time, this contributes to faculty fatigue and burnout, particularly for instructors who also maintain involvement with shared governance. This is not sustainable and risks disrupting continuity in programs that rely heavily on mentorship and stability and keeps the college operations afloat. Here's how stacked courses create barriers for faculty and students. For faculty, instructional effectiveness, preparation and safety, assessment and feedback, access to students, faculty well-being and retention. For students, learning quality, equity and access, lab and skills mastery, timely feedback, progression and retention. Removing stacked teaching courses in science is an investment in student success, instructional quality, faculty well-being, and equity across the faculty community.
We've received no other requests to speak.
Item number 22, future agenda items, 2201. Trustee Falcon.
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Thank you. I'd like to recommend that my fellow board members, trustees, revisit Board Policy 2210 this calendar year to examine our current practice of board rotation. As you know, Ed Code states the board shall elect a president from its members. It doesn't say that the board has to establish a rotation for officers. Thank you. I have another one as well. I'd like also in-depth study for the Pledge for All for fall of 2027. I've been hearing from the community, a lot of people are just to revisit that, our outreach efforts and kind of clearing the air on that, because there's a lot of questions coming from the community. Thirdly, I'd like the Inland Empire Workforce Regional Study. I'd love to see a presentation of the IERC. There's a committee that did a whole in-depth study of the workforce regional plan that came out from 25 to 26. And I would love a presentation for my fellow board members, having attended a meeting during the month of December on that. And it's very, very important that we all hear this coming from the Inland Empire Workforce Regional Development Plan. And thirdly, would like to know for our Desert Hot Springs Learning Center, just would like to get an update on the signage, an update on the lighting and safety. Thank you so much. And also, the most important one that I always talk about is wellness. Our wellness, making sure that now the faculty, but also the students, I would like to get an update if the students have gotten a place where they could relax and have an area of just decompressing specifically. Thank you so much.
Trustee Meyer.
None at this time.
Trustee Kinnaman.
The only thing I would like for us to consider is perhaps sometime this next year to do some type of workshop or retreat of the board, hopefully with a facilitator that could just go over again what we've all been doing, but just to reinforce our role as trustees in governance, and that we're about policy, and then staff are about how to figure out how to get there. And so I think some type of work or training with a facilitator around that would be of value.
Just basics, board development.
Yeah, just some workshop about board development.
And I don't have anything at this time.
Can I make a comment real quick since he's in the room? Can I?
Yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that was the most amazing testimony that I think I've ever heard at a board meeting. And I want to let you know that I appreciate your courage to stand before us and be vulnerable. And also all of your words really resonated. I think what they do more than anything for me is remind me why I'm here. Remind us why we're here. We have disagreements that go on amongst us, policy disagreements, different things that occur. But your voice really resonates in the sense that it grounds us in our work. And so today, on a day of giving or a time of giving in Christmas and the holidays, I just want you to know you've given me a great gift. And the gift was a piece of you that I understand you better. And you helped today to remind me of why we do what we do. So thank you so much.
And I echo those sentiments. And we, at 2:08, we will call this meeting adjourned.